Hello, everyone. Thanks for joining us this morning. We are about to start this ISC Sunday Masters events. Those are the first round pairings. So, how we're going to do this is we're going to have 8 rounds today, and six of those rounds are going to be following the two pairing system, and the last 2 rounds are going to be king of the hill. So that kind of guarantees that each player will have at least six different opponents today. So let me just give you a brief introduction to some of the players. We have some of India's best players playing with us today. On table one, we have Udayan Grover, who works in IT sales. He's based in Pune, and he's a serial winner in the Indian circuit. Next, we have Sanjoy, who is a semi-retired advertising buff, and I've been told that he's a big fan of coffee. And if you've been through his Instagram, you'll see that he's you can see him trying out different stuff. He has a really interesting page. Go check him out whenever you can. On table two, we have Mohan Chunkat, who is a former IAS officer based in Chennai. Facing him will be Sunny Bhatia, a businessman from Delhi. On table three, we have Nakul Prabhu, who is based in Mumbai. And facing him is Vraj Jain, who is a 19-year-old CA aspirant based in Mumbai as well. On table four, we have Aditya Iyengar, who is an IIT student, undergrad right now. I think he's 20, if I'm not wrong, 20 or 21. He's also based in Mumbai. Next up, we have Hriday Samtani, who is a chemical engineer who's right now working as a content writer, also based in Mumbai. Table number 5, we have Samrat Singh Bhatia. He comes from a Scrabbling family. Both his parents play, his elder brother plays. He's recently made it to the top 10 of the country, and he's been on a great streak these days. So Samrat is he's a sports management aspirant. He's still doing his studies. He was supposed to be involved in bigger things like the IPL, but it looks like the coronavirus has derailed those plans. Facing him, we have Pramit Kamath from Delhi, who deals in futures and options, so like a stock market buff. Lovely guy, really funny. As you can see from his IC handle, which is armpit, an anagram of his name, Pramit. On table 6, we have Dr. Varish Hingorani from Mumbai. He's a radiologist and also one of the really top players of the country. And facing him, we have Sudhir Kamath from Delhi. Unlike his IC handle, which is Rudish, he's actually a really sweet guy. He is the co-founder of online poker company Nine Stacks. A bunch of us Scrabble players really enjoy, being on Nine Stacks, and it's just a lovely interface. So once you're done watching a Scrabble, I think you guys should go definitely check that out as well. So, along with this ISC Sunday Masters, what we have is we are running an ISC Sunday Challengers division for 8 players. Let me just quickly pull that up for you. So these are the 8 players who are playing today in the ISC Challengers division. Ritu Chadda from Mumbai, Kamna, I'm not entirely sure, but maybe Mumbai. Swagat from Hyderabad, Anuj Shetty from Bangalore, Sujana also from Bangalore, Rajnikant Singh from Calcutta, Vivek, I'm not entirely sure, and Raman Vishwanathan, I believe, is also from Bangalore. So the format that we're following for them is, since they're 8 players, we've given them 7 games of round robin, and they'll be playing each other at least once. And then based on whether they finish their games on time, they could have 2 or maybe 3 rounds of KOTH. So the tournament runs a little longer, but because we have the freedom of doing a round robin, since we will not be streaming those games, but the games in the Masters divisions will be streamed, and round by round, I will be trying to observe as many games, as many great plays as I can. So the way we are going to do things is to keep things a little staggered and to keep things a little spread out. We won't have all the games start immediately. So games 5 and 6, tables 5 and 6, will start their games at the hour mark. So generally, I'm expecting that with the games done, we should be able to, keep clicking on like 10, 11, 12 every hour. We should be able to get the pairings up and get started. So table 5 and table 6 will start at 10 a.m. Table 3 and table 4 will start at 10 a.m. And table 1 and 2 will start at 10:20 a.m. And we'll follow this format for the rest of the day. If it works out, if we need to tweak it a little bit, obviously we can do that as well. So I'm just going to take a little break here for 2 minutes, just check if everything is working. If anyone's tuned in, if you could send me a WhatsApp message with a thumbs up saying that okay, everything is fine, we can hear you well and good, we're okay with the stream, then I don't need to take that break. Let me see. Do we have? Yeah, we do have 8 viewers. It says waiting for a message from somebody. Let me just reload ISC once. So 6 of our players are online and I guess waiting to start. Until then, I think I'll just check out if there's any comments on YouTube. It looks like people are not really engaging as yet, but that's fine. Once the games begin and the players get underway, we should be good to go. So I'll just give you a little brief about myself. I'm Rahil Parkar and I am also based in Mumbai. I'm a software developer by profession. And if we were to look at this roster here, if I were playing, I would probably fit in at number 8. It's been a little over 4 years since I started my Scrabble journey, and the first couple of years maybe I was a little too lost as to how the game works. Then I had some fantastic training from from Varish Thingorani and Sherwin Rodriguez, who could not be with us due to Easter. And sorry, I forgot that. A very happy Easter Sunday to whoever's celebrating the festival today. It's quite unfortunate that a festival forms in these times, but I guess since everyone's home and with families, I mean, there's nothing better than to just, get close with your family and, do make the best of this situation. So yeah, with their trainings at their academy based in Mumbai called Wordaholics, I really could get a grasp of how this game is played, how I'm supposed to be studying, how I'm supposed to be learning and improving my game. And as a personal highlight, last year the World Championships of Scrabble, the Westpac, was held in Goa in October, and I managed to sneak in with one of the wildcard entries and play some of the world's top players, including the 2 finalists Jesse Day and Nigel Richards. So for me, that was a personal highlight, and in this list, Udayan was a part of the Indian contingent. So was Mohan, who also managed to get in with the last chance qualifier with me. Nakul as well got in through the last chance qualifier. Aditya qualified. Samrath not so lucky, but he did do well in the side division. Varish also qualified as part of the Indian contingent. Sanjay Gupta should get special mention here because he was actually the one organizing the Westpac this year in Goa. He did a great job. We thought it was a wonderful tournament, and most of us enjoyed it. Sunny Bhatia also made it to the last made it in the last chance qualifier and played the World Championships. Hriday also did fantastically well in the side division. Pramit and Sudhir as well, they were playing in the side division, and I think they did quite well. Okay, so I think we are close to starting. I'll just pull the pairings up once again. So we're gonna have the first two games start in about 2 to 3 minutes, which is gonna be Varisht with Sudhir and Samrat playing Pramit. The Kamath brothers getting a start together. So I guess they really won't have time to, push and encourage each other right now. All right, so we do have Varisht and Pramit online as well as Samrat. Rudish is yet to come online, so we'll just wait a couple minutes when they get online and we should be underway pretty soon. I'll just see if I have any comments on YouTube. Hi, I have some comments. Yes, Sumit, thank you so much. Sumit, I won't give too much away, but Sumit is one of the loveliest people on in our Scrabble community, and he's working on something big right now. So which is why he could not really be involved and at least join even the other division or help out. But I'm pretty sure he's coming up with something big and something good with for all of us pretty soon to help us get through this lockdown. And I think we have another minute to go. Still waiting for Sudhir to come online. Till then, I think Varisht and Pramit are good to go. So I'm getting a lot of messages from our players, and it looks like the first game is underway, so we can start observing that. It is Pramit to go first, and he has a torrid pickup, three ends, which is not great. Let me see what can be done with this. All right, so I think his priority will be to get rid of at least two of those ends. He's opted for getting rid of both his eyes, so he has left himself with H and N. It was an interesting choice. I would probably have opted for something like Nain or maybe Hain even. I mean, at least keep one of those eyes, at least one of those vowels. But I think it's still early, and well, I think Pramit is a little hopeful of what he's gonna pick up. Now coming to Samrat, Samrat has a good balanced track. He has an S to begin with, so that's great. He should be bingoing within a few moves. I do not see a bingo immediately, and with these styles, it appears that there isn't. So I think something like Kag or Cage would probably be the play that you would be looking at. All right, Aga is good. I think he likes his C, and it's a nice strong leave of ITH. And very fantastically, after keeping H and N, Pramit has picked up a bingo. I think he has hinting, ending onto this I6 spot, making GAN as well. Unless he spots something big, better than I did. Yes, that was an obvious play. Then we have Samrat with this rack, which has a bingo. A very fairly easy word too. Hospice, even though I do not see an immediate spot for that. With an N, he would have Chopin's, which, well, if he spots it, it'll be a fantastic spot and a brilliant answer to the bingo that Pramit has just put down. Potiches through the T is another option. So I think he'll probably play one of those. In the meantime, let's see what Rudish and Varish are up to. Alright, so it was Sudhir to go first, and he had a fantastic pickup. He has started with Scribes, really maximized the score there, putting the C on the double letter. So Dr. Varisht is just one letter short of Bowsier Urabies. And that's a fantastic four timer of Buri, keeping the I. So he's not too far behind. He's just about 30 points shy of Sudhir has challenged Buri. So that's another 5 points for Dr. Varisht, or rather 5 points lost for Sudhir in ISC's format. So I think he will. Sudhir is going to try and put land his F here, but I don't see a great play because he would want to get rid of at least one of M or P as well. So something like firm would be a nice play, keeping PIS. It's going to score big, and with PIS, with the open E floater, he should be, and the open O floater, he should be able to bingo next turn. Alright, let's see if Samrat was able to spot his bingo of horse through the N, and no, he has opted for phonic, keeping ES. So now Pramit has picked up the Z, so he should be looking to score big with that. Is there something going on to the C? Well, from the rack, definitely Darzi DURZI stands out, but I don't see an obvious spot for that would score very well. And there doesn't appear to be any bingo falling, any high scoring play that would put the Z reaching all the way to the C. It'll be interesting to see what Pramit does here. One option that immediately jumps to mind. Okay, he has decided to retain his Z, but he's also kept an E with it. As we know, ZE is newly good in the CSW 19 dictionary, so I think he should be able to score pretty well with that in the next turn. Meanwhile, Samrat has picked up blanks with an E. If the T was open, definitely he had blankets. Obviously, not in the right spot either. Let me see. Am I missing some obvious 7? No, there isn't one. Maybe he can make use of that C on his turn. There is blackens through that C, but obviously there's no place for him to go all the way there. The H doesn't seem to be very helpful. The only bingos he has actually are blackens, blankest, and blankets. So neither of those play. Bank is a nice open play considering that uh, he has the S. He's kept himself with SEL, which is a great bingo leave. Even though I would say that right now, in the current situation, there's practically only one lane available on the board, which is row O. And Pramit has Woo's here, but a Z instead of the O. So something like Caesar would score very well. SEI ZOR falling here, keeping the W with him though. So that would not be a great option, but it's worth considering. Considering that Banks will also score high, it's a good 56-point play, and he is in the lead. It keeps the game open. The only threat probably would be if a J or even like an H or a F. Sorry, not an F. Like the K is gone. The J is what remains. Uh, the Z obviously will be played if he opts for that move. That is. He has Zawi, but I'm pretty sure that does not pluralize. Okay, so he has decided to keep the Z to probably score again in the next move, and he's played wiser. I think probably wise, as even if he had played Caesar, he would be giving Samrat an opportunity. Not that Samrat will have scored with that rack that he has now. Through an L, he obviously has Felates. There's no 7 on that rack, and there's no obvious bingo through the N either. Looks like he's gonna have another turn of sorting out his rack. In the meantime, let's go back to Sudhir and Varisht's game and watch what's happening there. Okay, so Sudhir is still maintaining his lead. It's Varisht's turn, and Sudhir did opt for Riff in that turn when we were observing. Although I think keeping both P and M would have put him a little off his bingo. Oh, there was a phony there. Sudhir tried Frimp at J6, which was challenged off. Then Varisht benefited by landing his B and his F on the triple letter scores for good 26, followed by Riff from Sudhir and Auntie from Varisht. If I am not wrong, Auntie. Okay, it's alright, it's good. Then Sudhir had to get rid of his UMP. Sudhir has luckily picked up a blank as well as the S, and Varisht play of OY has given him a fantastic lane in column 1, and he opts to play waves there, and it looks like there was no bingo. So no miss from there from Sudhir, and he has kept his blank. So I think with the lead, he should be favorite to bingo again pretty soon. It's 10-10, and the other two games have also started. Nakul Prabhu playing Rajjan and Aditya playing Hriday. All right, so he has picked up the K. He had the K. Sorry, the K blank was his leave, and he has a good pickup, a good balanced pickup. And there's no bingo through the O, which is quite surprising for me too. But he does have quite a few, like Burkite, Turkeys, and Tuskier that played in column G, but he seems to have missed that. He has made a high scoring play of Kuti at in row M, so he still has a good lead of 70 points over Dr. Varisht. Let's take a quick look at the game between Samrat and Pramit. Pramit still in the lead, and he has still not played that Z. I think he's waiting for a heavy score to get rid of that Z, and he has managed that. He landed the Z on the double letter and hit that twice, so that's 49 points for him. It's a sizable lead for Pramit now. He's up by 102 points. So unless Samrat can pull off something spectacular, it looks difficult. He is struggling at this stage. He got rid of Fett here, followed by Ledin, and now he has a torrid pickup, both J, X on the rack along with the W. So This one's gonna be a little tough for Samrat to claw back in, but we'll check on that again. Let's go to Hriday's game against Aditya, and it looks like Hriday started with Fango, which was followed by Tomiel from Aditya, a word I did not know, so that was great. Oh, it was Aditya to start first, and he exchanged. All right, uh, all right. So I think Eluters is good. No, it is not. It's good with an O, so this is not a bingo rack. But it should be pretty easy for him to sort this out. Something like LEUULE. The only problem is I don't really see an obvious spot for that at the moment. Something like ULE here just opens the triple letter up for his opponent. The X and C, and even other heavy ties such as an F, H, M could really come back to bite Hriday. So it'll be interesting to see what he opts to do with this set. I mean, even I'm kind of lost at this time about what to do. This is a tricky rack for Hriday. I'm not very sure, but I don't think Tomiel would take an S. It does not. Tomiel plus S is Somital, which is the only bingo in that. So that is not a lane available to Hriday right now. So LO does not take anything before it as well. So there's nothing happening on the left hand side for some time at least. Unless of course Hriday opts to play through the tiles. Alright, he's played Lute, keeping ERS, which is a fantastic play. The only drawback is Liu takes an E before it, which I think he meant to create a lane for himself, but it looks like it will be taken by Aditya. Aditya has picked up the Q and also the U with it, but it doesn't look like there's an obvious Q play here that he could score with. So I think something like Lev would close that lane as well as outscore Hriday's 16 points and keep him with QU for his next turn. Alright, so he got rid of the other E as well. Bele was a nice play. And he's trying to keep it closed, not offering not playing it two tiles to not starting from A8, keeping it closed and not offering up bingo lanes. Hriday keeping RES had a torrid pickup of CERN. There should be a bingo through a floater. The problem is there are no single tile floaters on this rack. Censurer, Resensor, Rescreen, Screener, and Sincerer. But of course, no lanes on this board. Let's look at the fourth game that's going on right now, which is Knuckle versus Vraj. Okay, so let's take a look what happened in this game. Vraj started with Docks. Knuckle wrapped Aka over it. Willed by Vraj, Vaina by Knuckle, Quino by Vraj for a very good score at this stage. He has a good 30-point lead, but it's too early. Knuckle has two S's, but he's just left with three I's and two I's and three E's with it. He's opted to play Say, which was a good play. I think he's kept himself with IEES. A couple of good light consonants should sort him out. Vraj is a little consonant heavy, and a lot of the heavy consonants as well, F, P, C coming together, and even the lighter consonants are G and D, so he's not very close to anything right now. I think he will be looking to play through that I. What jumps up to me immediately is Fisk, but that would get rid of the S, and he wouldn't want to do that for a very low score. Their most This will be an interesting choice. Perhaps Raj might be better off exchanging, keeping OS, maybe DOS if he likes his D. Although I don't see the benefit of a D on this board right now. Let's go back to our first game. We'll come back and we'll know what Vraj opted to do here. Quite a lot of time in that game. Pramit versus Samrat. So Samrat played Jaws there, very attacking play, opening the J onto the triple lane. But it looks like Pramit did not have anything to really capitalize on. I think he must have been light on his vowels, so he has blocked that lane playing comps. Oh, my bad. He had played Jaws with Phonics. Phonic was on the board and he played Jaws. Again, a great attacking play, opening the board up, and he had the X. So I think it was a very tactical play because in the next turn he hit Axe for 46. So it's been a nice comeback from Samrat. He's now just 37 points shy of Pramit. Pramit is on turn, and in that rack, nothing obvious jumps out to me. Well, Mahabas is good. I did not know that, but let's see if Pramit does. If he does, there's a very fantastic lane here. He should be scoring in the 80s, I believe. Yes, 88 will be a fantastic score at this stage. Really take the game away from Samrat with only 39 tiles to go. We'll come back and see if he indeed did make that play. We have reached close to 10:20 a.m. So it could be that all right. Pramit did not seem to know Marvers, but he's made a high-scoring play of Smear for 36. I wonder if keeping the S would have been better at that point because I do not believe Tot takes an S before it, does it? Oh, it does. It does take an S before it. Alright. So maybe it would have been better to play Reem or something and keep the S to score better in the next turn. But I think Smear for 36 is a decent play. Samrat again attacking and opening the power tiles onto the triple lanes. Now he's put the Q there. But it doesn't look like Pramit's going to be able to capitalize on that. He has picked up two V's, which he had one V. He had left himself with VR, and he's picked up another V as well as the U, I, and Y. So it does look difficult. There is UTE. I don't know if there's something obvious over there that plays. Alright, I think we'll come back to this game in a bit. Let's check what happened to the other game that started at 10, which was Varisht and Sudhir. Alright, so they are pretty much in their last few tiles, and there's been a big play of locks just now by Sudhir, to which Varisht has played the brilliant bingo of Daviest. Uh, Sudhir looks like he's in a bit of trouble. Varisht has Olet on his rack, and let's see, how many places does he have to go out? I don't see one right now. There is a Diol that would play here, but I'm pretty sure Sudhir must have seen that as well, and he would be trying to block that. But his priority will be to try and get rid of his Q. With no U, he is in a precarious position right now. Maybe he would opt to play something like Quine. That scores 26, but I think at this stage, a comeback for him would be difficult. I do not see something in this lane that would score big and outscore Varisht. A Dial score would be 30 points, and he will have to block that spot. Is there another spot available? Of course, Dial's onto the S, so this next place will have to be somewhere in this area to try and shut that down. But it does look like, despite the great start from Sudhir, Dr. Varish has come back in this one. I think that bingo of Aeoli in column in row M was also a big help. And I think Sudhir will rue that phony at that stage of the game. He does have the blank now, but I do not see a way for him to score big. Alright, so he's gone with equal for 49. He takes the lead, but it looks like Dr. Varisht is going to play out with Dial and seal this game. So, congratulations, Dr. Varisht, for winning his first game of the tournament. And we'll just go back and we'll just have a quick look at what's happening in the two games. Yep, that's the conclusion of that game. Udayan has started his game with Sanjoy. Udayan started with Hyoi, and he's left with this fantastic uh, rack of outside with the D would be a blank. His priority definitely would be to the land the T or the S here and hit a 7 letter word over there, getting it uh, multiplied by 4, and also hitting the good score for joint. To what jumps out would be outlies outside. Uh, Outlies obviously not, because it puts the E under the triple letter square, which is something that you would want to avoid. So maybe something like outside would be preferable, uh, as well as yeah, that was the obvious play for him there, and he's taken a fantastic lead of 60 points. Sanjay does have the X, but there is no great spot available right off the bat. This will be an interesting play from Sanjay, who is a little vowel heavy at the moment. He has two A's, an O, and a U. Something like Moxa would sort him out, but I do not see a play on this board for Moxa. Perhaps Taxa here would be a consideration, but keeping the U would be a little difficult for him to sort out. This is quite a tricky situation. Right, we'll come back later to see what happened there. I think we have not viewed the game between Mohan and Sunny as yet. It looks like Mohan started with picks, followed by Awa from Sunny, to which Mohan very fantastically played detainee for 4 timers, but Sunny had a response for that right away with Saukars, which was a brilliant word that even I was unaware of. Uh, Mohan has gone with Che after that. Now Sunny is in a tough spot considering that he has only the one vowel in the E. He'll try to save that if he can, but he will have to play through one of these available floaters for him. Or he could just go for score. This is one obvious high scoring play, Pell for 22. Or he could play Weld for 16 here, keeping his E. But PLEN probably not as bingo friendly as we would want. But I think it would be better than Pell. Oh, he spotted a very good play of Per for 27 points. The only drawback would be he's now played only 3 tiles and he had no vowel. So he has LLND, if I'm remembering correctly. It's Mohan on turn, and he has 2 O's and 2 T's with the J. He'll definitely be looking to score with that J. Something like Jot here would score nicely, but I would definitely put it. Alright, so he has opted to play Jaunty and to close that A to deny Sunny a bingo lane, it looks like. Or maybe he didn't like the N too much. I think he has left himself with TOD, if I remember correctly. And things get worse for Sunny here. His leave of LLND has given him LUD, so now he has 3 L's and 2 D's. God, that is a tough pickup. He would, yeah, that's probably what I would have done as well in that situation. Dull leaving LND is probably decent and scores a fair bit. No bingo in this rack that I can see. So there are two vowels here, and all right, that's probably one of the candidate plays I was considering, Dogi. Although ideally I think I would want to play DOGY and keep the E with me, but looks like on this board there's no place for that really. So Mohan has responded with a decent 28 points. He still has the lead, and Sunny just can't seem to pick up the vowels. He still just has one vowel in the E. With the leave of LND, he's picked up MRN, MRVE. But I think at this stage he should be able to play something like moved, I believe, which scores quite a bit and opens this game up a little bit. Although bingo lanes in this game are starting to get a little scarce. Without that play, obviously there are a few available. What would what would be a good play in this situation? I can't see a 4-letter word or a 5-letter word. That would have a great leave and score well. All right, so we're done with one game. Varisht versus Sudhir. We'll watch what's happening with Pramit and Samrat, and it looks like Pramit has lost this one. Samrat has made a fantastic comeback. I think we will have to analyze and see where this game turned for Samrat. We had watched it when Pramit had played Smear, to which Samrat had replied with Quag when we had gone off. This game, the Vaya from Pramit, Bidet from Samrat, which was a heavy score from Pramit in H11. Yeah, onto the triple there, followed by Doff. And then I think that bingo is what Pramit would do. He tried to play yo-yo for 10 points, I think, to kind of shut the game down. But it looks like that really came back to bite him, because a couple moves later, Samrat played estrogen, which was, I think, what clinched the game for him. So this one ended quite interestingly. Despite opening the J and the Q, his opponent was not able to capitalize. And Samrat has had a fantastic win here, sneaking it in by just 3 points. So that's a good win. Congrats, Samrat. And we'll go back to the other games that are happening. We haven't checked on Sanjoy and Udayan in a while. So he did opt to play Max out of that rack, which it looks like he kept OUTA, which, well, is a little too vowel heavy, but I think the score is quite nice. I probably would have opted to play Taxa, because I think I think Taxa scores maybe a little bit uh, less than Max. Not a bad choice as such. Spake was a good high score from Sanjoy, which brings him closer. Fanned by, then got challenged, and oh, I was not looking as to what it was, but looks like Sanjoy has opted to exchange all 7 of his tiles. Must have been a rather torrid pickup. So it looks like everyone is struggling a little bit with the vowel situation. Even Udayan has just the one, but I don't think he will necessarily need to exchange. Something like Lurp would leave him with LNT here, but I would not put it past Udayan to find a better play than I did. Let me see. That A was quite nice. He's very close to parental, but he doesn't really have anything. Something like Pantler would be a nice heavy scoring play right here. But it would get rid of all of his good tiles, and it looks like he's opted to do that for the score that it does offer, 26 points. Even after a 7-tile exchange, Sanjay is a tad unlucky to pick up only one E, but he has a nice supporting cast of R and T with that E, even though the C, R, and W don't really help. And that's a fantastic play by Sanjay for 32 points. For warmed, I had not really started considering the plays available. Udayan's on turn, he has picked up the cue, and there's no great spot to play it, which is quite a tragedy for him. He decided to get rid of the queue and move on from the queue. Sanjay now has so perilously close to cyanide. Something like Canity if he can, but it does not look like there's anything available. Let's see what the other games are looking like. Wow, that is a fantastic play of Ichi, and it leaves him with ANI, if I'm not wrong. It is a great play and a great lead. 36 points is wonderful, and looks like Sanjay has almost caught up to Udayan without a bingo. Udayan, leaving himself with the L, has picked up two E's, OYSC. So he has picked up the S, which will help him because outside pluralizes, so does Pantler, and if not, he can always just play in this lane. Something like Cozy right now would be a nice 52-point play. EEL would be a nice leave. But I think Udayan has decided to go for a bingo rather. Played 27 points for Lai, although I would probably play Cozy here for the 52 points that are on offer. And Sanjay has finally picked up the black. And he plays a brilliant Elvenite in the bottom lane for 83 points. And the tide has shifted in this game in favor of Sanjay, who's taken a small lead. Well, now it looks like he has kept one S and he has picked up another. So I think at this point playing Zoes would be pretty optimal for Udayan, scoring 49 points, getting the lead back. MECS would be a nice leave. A couple of nice light consonants would help him get that bingo. There's bingo lanes available in column 11, column 12, column 14, and of course, an 8-letter word possible in column 15 or column 30, column 13 as well. I will just wait for this play. I for a player of Udayan's caliber, I wouldn't think that he has not seen that Z spot available. Now, another place to play Z would be here, but keeping the other S, I think he would not want to shut down the lanes. With this Z play, he happens to shut down 3 lanes and create just one opening here in column 14, which would be quite detrimental, and he would want to definitely keep it open for himself now that he's chasing. It looks like he has not seen that swarmed play. So he's played Kozes now, keeping what I think would be MS. Alright, so this game is starting to get a little tight. Then marginally in the lead. I'll just go over to another game and let's see what's happening with Sunny. Alright, so Mohan has maintained his lead and there was a, let's see how that went. We had last watched till Dogi, followed by Vendor from Sunny, which was a nice open play for 28 points. He did double his V, so that did score very well. Yeah, definitely better than my play of Moved. But that was followed by Brattle from Mohan for a cool 66. He played Vidame for 36, and well, as things stand, he should be bingoing now. That Mohan, that is. He has nations that I've seen here, although that opens up way too much. As in, it opens up the triple line. That being said, it is the last blank of this game with only one more S to come. Something like Amnions would play here. But of course, he would be offering this lane up for a big score. So it'll be interesting to see how this one is played. I'm pretty sure I am missing a much better bingo in that rack. Annoyance would be one. Annoyance I think fits pretty well. Doesn't offer the triple lane to his opponent. Scores 72 points, keeps it close, doesn't open the triple lane for a 9-timer as well. Alright, so Mohan has opted for Onanism, keeping it tight, not offering up any lanes. So there are no easy lanes on this board to bingo. Onanism does take the S with the one S available. So I think that is the only option available to Sunny right now. Sunny, who is down by 126 points right now. So this one is difficult to call. Something like Fizz here would score very well for Sunny, leaving him with the leave of Bima. Bima being obviously valid in CSW 19. Let's see if there's a way for him to capitalize by putting that M onto the 812 spot. Nothing that jumps out to me. Yeah, Fizz I think was great. Was if there was an open R, Mohan's looking at craftier. He has been crafty this game without a doubt. Am I missing something? Oh, that was a heavy scoring play from Mohan for 39 before I could fully. Uh, oh, but this is going to be open up a very beautiful play for Sunny of Umiak in column A or ending onto the triple for 65 points. So that was a fantastic reply from Sunny. Now it looks like Mohan has quite a few good ties. REIN, that's a good, a good leave to have, but two R's, two I's is probably a little tough. There's Rosenier in this rack through an open S, but it looks like all of those S's are closed. Alright, this game is nearing its end. I think we'll switch over and see how Vraj is doing. Alright, Vraj is having a slender lead over Knuckle, and they're both down to their last 2 minutes. So this game could end shortly. And Knuckle is holding the cards in this one, I would say. Oh, it is the last rack. Wow. Alright. What is there? Only GE with Vraj. Is there a bingo in column 15 for Knuckle? It does not look like. There is no 7 in that. And Sabine was, yeah, the best 6-letter word play available there. And it looks like it'll be a 1-point win for Vraj as Knuckle passes this one and gives him 2 points for that I. So, wow, another very, very, very close game. Let's have a quick look at how this game panned out just to be sure. We had watched when Queen and Sei was played. Knuckle hit her suit for 85, but not before Vraj got 31 for his J right there. Weem was another high scoring play of 39 for Vraj right here in the triple lane. Convert was, I think, with how Knuckle got it so close, but I think he had an immediate reply of Unyard in the top lane with Droil. Fantastic front hook for Royal. Would that be a back hook? Yeah, that's a back hook for Royal. So that's a great reply from him to keep the scores tight. Toei and Frey scored the same. Knuckle, I think, with one in the bag, decided to go for opening the lane. I think he must have had the eye with him. Vraj, after examining his option, must have realized that that lane is not really trouble for him, but also it would be difficult for him to block it as such. He didn't have an A to parallel play onto that N or any floater or any letter that would follow the UN, which is the S or the I. So yeah, good win by Vraj. 1 point must have been a cracker of a contest. Let's go back to Mohan and Sunny. So with that rack of Rosinier, it looks like Mohan just opted to close that lane, make the eye a little less accessible. Well, there were 3 in the bag, so it does make sense. Wow, that is what's unseen to Sunny. So barring the lack of bingo lanes in this game, it would look like this game should go to Mohan, and quite a good performance from Sunny, I would say. Saukars was a brilliant play. So was Vendor, definitely better than what I saw. But I think those 3 bingos of Detainee, Brattle, and Onanism really were enough to outrun Sunny in this game. Let's go over to the other game and see where that stands. That's Sanjay versus Uday. And this one's developed quite well. We are last watched with causes for a good, decent average plays of 20 to 30 points from both players. It's Udain's turn, and well, that looks a lot like a bingo to me. Oh, it does look like he did spot swarmed. So I wonder why he did not keep. Maybe he didn't like the synergy of C and M together, so he opted not to play Zos there and play Causes instead. He was marginally in the lead. There was no bingo as such. Tichy is a nice back hook that he has exploited, which has been challenged by Sanjay. I probably would have done the same in his position. So Udayan is in the lead by about 37 points. Is that right? Yeah, 37 points. And it is Sanjay's turn. I do not see anything obvious. I think this would be the last game, barring the game between Sunny and Mohan. Yeah, oh, it looks like he has Ironers and Rosiners, so I think Mohan will end this game with a bingo for a big, big win over Sunny. Oh, yeah, that is fairly obvious. So we'll go over to the last game available, which is Udayan versus Sanjay. So Sanjay has two Gs. I don't really see a great play for him. And the only lane available, I mean, there are quite a few lanes available on this board. It's not that closed. Something like starting with an S here, something playing through this M, something ending in an R. An S would have definitely given him Agonizer over there. But that S is unseen. And if I am not wrong, since he played Kozis and Ras back to back, I'm pretty sure Udayan is the one holding that last S. So Udayan holding the oh yeah yeah, my memory fails me. He had motors in this rack before. Obviously not a word. MOT. He left himself to rest. So the last S is with him. So which makes him quite in control of this game. With a lead of 37 points, let's see what can Sanjay do in this situation? There are 9 in the bag, so he can afford to play quite a few tiles if he spots a good play. So he has played Vogue for 7 points, opening up column 15. And there's no bingo through that G uh, for Udayan. Actually, I don't know if there's something through that M. Yeah, there's a Muriates with the M, but obviously it does not play. So I think his priority will be to kind of close down this lane, but also to make openings for himself. Something like Tug would be obvious, would be nice as it gives him a lane for an EST ending. Funnily, I have actually tried Situator in a real tournament once. Oh, but he does not have Situator. He has an R. My bad. This is one of those, it's a satire stem, but U is one of those letters that it does not bingo with. So he does not quite have that play available to him. But wow, okay, I missed Scimitar. Clearly, I only saw one of those bingos, which is a fantastic play, and I think he's taken it away from Sanjay. Yeah, I definitely need to be improving on my study and my spotting. Something like baggy here would let's see what Udayan has left. Oh wow, so Udayan has picked up exactly 7 tiles, and it is a torrid pickup. But I think the score difference of 100 points with Sanjay not being able to bingo should be enough to see this win out for Udayan. From Sanjay's rack, something like baggy here would be a nice play. Although that does put that E there, and as we know, he has both an F and an H. So he could play something like FUD or a FURR is good as well. I can't think of anything with both F and H, but alright, let's see if there's something better there. All right, big is what Sanjay has opted for. He has AINE, which goes out here, and ANA as well. Although I don't see, yeah, that's not a spot for ANA. I think AN and ANA both play here, and if for them were to block that, okay. There's moat obviously, so AN plays here as well. So there are two outs for Sanjay. Uh, I think Udayan would be wanting to play something like Fub here to score big and to get rid of some of his heavy tiles. Unless obviously he spots something better than I did. Scimitar was a fantastic spot. It's what I know, and probably in the seriousness of the tournament, I myself would have spotted it. Nurius would have jumped out and didn't play. It's a fantastic spot that by Udayan. This is the last game available, and we will take a quick look of all of the remaining games. I think I have some scores available of the other 5 games that have finished. So I'm just gonna quickly enter those in. Then did not play Fub, so definitely something better than me. Burr, okay, he got rid of his yeah, I probably would think Fub would have been better for the score. It for the big score. I think Udayan must have been trying to block the outplay of Aina for Sanjay, and he must not have spotted Moat as an option. Because I think Fub would have scored quite a bit. Because thing is, even with Burr, he has kept F back with himself. So, oh, it looks like Sanjay has misplayed Ain by 1 square. Udayan will obviously challenge that off. And he's passed. And well, that was quite unfortunate. Yes, so Udayan has very sportingly passed the turn because I think even he realized that it was an obvious, misplacement of tiles. So Sanjay is going to go out with. Oh, Sanjay has decided to not play that for that error. I see. Okay, so I think yeah, then has played his F in with Fiend for 14, and Sanjay will go out with Ain properly this time. Alright, so playing. He was actually trying to play Ain, but it was one spot to the right and not to the left. Alright, so I did not look very closely at that wrap. So that game ends with Udayan winning with 449 to 370. What we're gonna do is, okay, I'm just gonna enter the scores in real quick and pull up the pairings for the next round. And Udayan, who has won 449 to Sanjay's 370. Right, so I think I've posted the link of the event in the video description. I have not quite seen the what the stream looks like right now, but I believe it's available there. Uh, I'll just check it up once just to be sure. So the standings have been, I mean, the results have been posted there, and they've been updated. I'm gonna pull up the pairings for round two, and just give me a quick minute as I will post that on the WhatsApp group for our players. So for round two, the pairings. So we'll just quickly review the games once I've put the pairings up for my players, and I'll also tell you what the next round's pairings will look like. So let's quickly first take a look at what the current standings are. So Mohan, with a big win over Sunny, is on top spot. Udayan with a 79-point win over Sanjoy is second. Varish had a 29-point win over Sudhir, coming back from behind. The next game, Samrat also had a clawback victory against Pramit, and Vraj beat Aditya. No, Vraj beat Nakul by a solitary point, and Hriday beat Aditya by a solitary point. So we had two very very close games this round, and the level that these players play at, I would not be surprised if we have many more in the coming rounds. I will quickly go back and show you what the pairings for the next round are. So those are the pairings, and Mohan will be playing Samrat, Udayan will be playing Vraj, Varisht playing Hriday, Nakul and Sudhir, Aditya playing Sanjoy, and Pramit playing Sunny. So I think the first two games that will start at 11 a.m. would be Aditya Sanjoy and Pramit Sunny. So there's two Delhi stalwarts facing off on table 6, and Mumbai slash Pune. Aditya, who used to previously live in Pune uh, before he got into IIT, uh, he's now moved to Mumbai. He will be playing Sanjay from Bangalore. All right, so let's go back to the games and have a quick look. And see what the games looked like. If we have missed any notable plays. All right, we did analyze this game. We did analyze Mohan's game. We did go over Samrat's game with Pramit, where estrogen was a winning move, and I believe there was a phony in there somewhere. Yeah, yo-yo, which Pramit tried to try and limit the scoring options on the board. Let's look at Varisht's game. We went through this as well. This was one of the first games to end. Varisht went out with Diol here, so he had these two bingos of WS and Aeolian, which helped him outrun. Oh, there's another heavy play of Waiter right here of 34 points. Let's take a look at that. Oh, it was Wait. And oh wow, so he played Wait and then also capitalized on that by playing hard. So there was two moves that pretty much work out to a bingo. And in between, Sudhir must have had a tough situation having to play Bing for just 7. Let's kind of go back to that and see what that looked like in real time. So this was where he played, where Varish played Wait for 32, keeping ODAH, which was a very nice leave. And wow, he has the D set up in this lane. He was trailing at this point, so Wait actually just brought him just about close. And oh, it looks like it was a bad rack for Sudhir. He opted to play Bing, which is not immediately. Okay. He opted to play Bing, keeping LOQ and blank, which seems to be an odd choice, considering that the likelihood of bingoing with that rack, especially when you have the blank, you would want to bingo. So I would probably keep LON blank or ON blank. I do see, I am a little favorable to the L when there's a blank around. So I would probably keep an L and just dump Q and G at that point. And that's what gave Varish a good score of hard. So that was about 70 points with so these seven sandwiched in between. And yes, I think probably an exchange at that stage would have been a good decision. Although yes, there was a high scoring locks play that followed hard. All right, let's go over and see if we have missed any game. Let us we did analyze Sunny's game with Mohan, Sudhir's game with Varisht, Pramit's game with. I think Hriday's game is something I have not analyzed. Yeah, we've actually not come back to this game. Sorry, Hriday and Aditya. Let's take a look at what the high scoring plays were. After that Vele play, if you remember correctly, at this point, Aditya had kept himself with a QU, but it looks like that did not quite work out for him, so he was forced to change. Oh, there were three changes in this game, so four. Three changes for Aditya and one for Hriday. So both players struggle quite a bit with their tiles, it looks like. Uh, After playing Lute, Hriday played Cager here, which I think was a nice play considering the board is blocked and there were like no lanes available anywhere. After which he bingoed following Aditya's change. So I think that would have put him marginally in the lead at that time, or quite a bit actually, considering that at that point both had not scored. Yeah, it was a fantastic lead at that time. He responded with hired. With the, this is nothing better with the Z jumps out to me. So this was where they changed. Let's have a look at that rack. Okay, so there is Toga, Toad, Dot that he could play to sort his rack out, but in this board, that would have been very difficult. I mean, the only viable spot I could see for something like that would be here, and that is just offering the triple lane up to your opponent, which does not seem like a wise thing to do. So change was perhaps good. I believe he must have kept AT with himself. Oh, looks like he kept AD. Yeah, AD is what he has kept with him. I think there must be too many T's in the bag. No, just the one. But he opted to keep the D over the T. Okay. Ron's played a waxed. Yeah, scored quite well for there. He kept himself with two eyes though. So that might have been a tricky decision. At this point, he's still in the lead and Aditya is trying to open it up because he's trailing. Good play by Hriday there. He's still maintaining that lead. T4 was a nice play. It's a word that I know that I have forgotten because, well, that's what happens when you study. You remember new words and you forget the older ones. Good score from Hriday, not keeping the S that late in the game, making it difficult. The T is a better floater to have uh, to bingo with, and to him there are both the blanks unseen, so he sees that as a potential lane. P is also not too bad a floater, but it does definitely a little tougher than a T would be. Although he did offer up that I in an open place, and C is a nice floater, a nice letter to begin words with. Even an SC would be nice. Uh, uh, oh, so this was the place where it was virtually lost with two in the bag and having two S's and a J, and that J is actually what really restricted him. So I think he opted to play Puja, following which Brink by Hriday and Juris, which was a great play, but I think too little too late as it resulted in a 1 point loss for Aditya. So it's 11:01, and I think two of our games have started. It looks like it's only one right now. I think they must be waiting for a message from me. Let me just quickly get on that and then we can get into analyzing this game. Right, so one game has started, and so has the other, where Aditya plays Pramit. So let's see what happened so far. Pooch was the opening play by Pramit for a cool 30 points. Uh, he Sunny must have had a torrid rack. He sorted it out by playing Vitriol for 20 points. Da from Pramit. I do not quite remember what that rack was, but it should be a good scoring rack. A nice BUHR from Sunny, and it looks like Pramit is very close to a bingo. Oh, I don't know if I'm missing something here. There's no 7 in the rack. And nothing through the available floaters of P, C, and H. This will be an interesting choice from. Okay, he's played Wow, keeping with himself with ANTER, which is a very, very strong leave. He should be bingoing next turn. And Wow just takes the S after it. Having played Burr, I think Sunny has been unlucky to pick up another U. He has two A's, two T's, and the U. Something like I2 would sort that, but there is no great place to play it, or rather a safe place in this situation. This is indeed a tricky play. Something like I2 here would sort it out, but I don't think it scores enough. And maybe I'm missing a more obvious, better play in this situation. Yuin Tai needs two eyes, which he does not have, alright? And there's no floater N, obviously. Uh, so something like Actuate can be played through that C, but I think it opens up way too little, but it does help Sunny get rid of a lot of that junk for 12 points. It does open up the triple lane, but then also Pramit has opened another triple lane over there with the S. Obviously, this one uh, in the in columns 12 to 15 would be easier to hit than the one in column 3. So it'll be interesting to see what he opts to do. Meanwhile, let's go and see what's happening in the other game between Sanjoy and Aditya. Wow, this has been a cracker of a start from both of them. Sanjoy started with a Variole, to which Aditya replied with Giardia, so it's almost all square as we start this game. Fantastic start from the two gentlemen. Now it does not look like there will be a bingo unless Silvax is good, which I am pretty sure it is not. Yes, it's not. Alright, something like a Wax would be a great play here. Scoring heavy as well as keeping SILL. L's go together quite well. And he has the S, so I think within a couple of turns, with a good pickup, Sanjay should be bingoing again. Yes, that was the play, and looks like hijab is on offer for Aditya. Do I see an obviously better play? There is hijab here, but it offers the J up for a score from the opponent. The other option would be to play hijab more restrictedly here. The only problem with that is it keeps 3 vowels, and I think it scores. Alright, that's Bhaji is a very nice spot from Aditya, which is something that eluded me. And it looks like he has caught up with the same score of 43 points. So this game is turning out to be quite a cracker. So now it is a fantastic rack for Sanjoy, who has not one but 3 bingo options through that A. Ainsels, Nailless, and Sensilla. I think nailless would be the preferred option because it does not really open up either of the triple letter lanes for a nine timer. Let's see if Sanjay will spot that. We will just quickly go back to the other game to see how things are progressing over there. In cells is what he opted for, alright. Okay, so there have been quite a few developments in this game as well. Tati was played by Sunny, which was a play that I did consider, but I just thought it opened it up way too much. It offered the triple lane, and very rightly so, Pramit played Tree Man on that lane, and Sunny, who had just picked up the blank, had a good reply with Voyages. That's a big score of 47 by Pramit, landing the X on the double letter square, doubling it two times. Alright, so now that is the rack that Sunny has. He has the IED, which is good, but the four heavy consonants make it a little difficult for him. I think this would be somewhere where he would like to go. The only letter that goes after ME out of this set would be the D or the M. So something like DEV would be a nice reply to that, even though it does open up the bottom triple for the opponent. But I think that's a nice reply. Keep things close. That is because I have not seen this. There's Mike there. Yeah, that's pretty much what I was gonna suggest before he played that. All right, so there are three E's on that track now. I do not quite remember what Pramit had before he played Dex, but yeah, that is gonna be a little not too difficult. I mean, E's comparatively are a little easier to sort out compared to other tiles. I'm just seeing if there is something over there. Oh, so he has gotten rid of one of his E's. So I think he's left with LEET, which is a decent leave. He should be bingoing, but I think he would need a little help from the bag. Now, Pooch would not pluralize with an S right after it. It would be Pooches, and it doesn't look like that's going to work out. All right, so after keeping VDP from playing Mike, he has picked up BAUS. So the S is a nice respite, even though overall this rack does look a little difficult. This will be an interesting choice, as nothing really, even with the half decent score, really jumps out to me. And we can land the P here, but none of the other consonants, the B or the V, or even the D, go there to make a valid play. So there's no great score available in this rack. I wonder what Sunny would be thinking. Sunny does analyze his tough racks quite well, I feel. Taking probably a little too long sometimes, but I think he does often make the right choices. If I were to play that rack, yeah, that's probably I would have done. I think he must have kept himself with SAD. That is probably what his leave would be at this time. And wow, a fantastic play of 44 from uh, Pramit. But it looks like he has offered the Z in the triple lane, although it would have to be a six-letter word. That does help Sunny, who has picked up two more S's after keeping SAP, I believe. All right, SAP. He liked the P better than the D. And wow, I do not see an obvious bingo here. So there's no real play available here. Let's see. No real bingo available here, sorry. With Z, I don't see a six-letter word starting with the Z. I think he could just play pause starting here, leave himself a good RAS leave, and also not allow Pramit to go and capitalize on that Z because Sunny clearly cannot. Okay, so he decided to play Sapor for 220. Can Pramit capitalize on that Z spot? It does not look like. He is very close to a bingo. But then I don't see a 7 in it. Alright, leaving a TONES, so that's a fantastic leave, and I should expect him to bingo next turn. Sunny's luck is not too good this time because keeping two S's, he picked up CADOQ. There's no open eye for playing Ked or Kadi and getting rid of that. There was this DI available for him to at least move on playing Kadi, but it looks like the Fug play from Pramit has blocked that. What we'll do is we'll take a quick look at the other game between Sanjay and Aditya and then move on to the other two games that have started on tables 3 and 4. It looks like Sanjay has the lead here. Just a quick look of what the big plays were. In Sills, followed by Jazzy, first 46 by Sanjay. So Aditya replied with Chess. Feel for 28 by Sanjay. And it looks like Sanjay is on turn with that rack and quite in control of this game. Let's not analyze that too longer and head to the other game where Hriday is playing Varisht. And it looks like Varisht started the game with a fantastic pick of Ratlins. Hriday had a reply for that right away. He had the blank and he played Camelier or Camelier, however that is spelled. I don't think it is the latter. I think it would be the superlative form of Comli or Comli, however that is pronounced. Followed by Joe from Varisht, followed by Sink from Hriday. So they're really trading blows here. There's this 8 points separating them, and it's Varisht on turn. Okay, so what would he do here? I see Foud doesn't quite play under Ratlins. Gajo is one play, but the leave would be too bad, and it would be opening up the triple for his opponent, which is something I think he would consider. Uh, can he hit something from the C reaching the triple? So something like Cougar would be a nice play, I believe. Leaves himself with FD, which is a torrid leave, I feel. But for the points on offer and for taking out a very nice potential lane, there are quite a few good words starting with C. But looks like Dr. Varisht has decided to keep himself with FAR and play God. Alright, so Hriday has picked up another blank now. I'm not sure if he had it when he played Sync, but he does have it now. I see naivete and naively through, the sevens in that rack, even though they do not quite play where I see it. Yes, there did not seem to be something with the C. No, nothing with the C either. Quick plays before I could really get into analyzing them. Varisht has replied very well, keeping that F and R has paid off for him as the Ya play from Hriday has been overturned with a fantastic forb from Varisht. Is okay. So after playing Ya, Hriday has been a little unlucky picking up PY. Wine Blank was a nice leaf for him, but it looks like he is going to be stuck balancing that yet again. Although for by, yes, that was a play I was going to suggest. For by, Y is a nice front hook for Forb. So he's replied with a good high score. Now he has Win Blank, which is a great leave. The thing is that there are very limited lanes on this board and only lanes for 8 unless because I think by alright, so I think Induvia is good, or if not Induvier at least is. Induvier is good, but I don't really see a play for that on this board. So there is a Deluvion through the O. It's a word I did not know, but also it does not quite play. Otherwise, there really seem to be no options for bingos on this board right now. It'll be interesting to see how Hriday plans to sort this out. He had fantastically go win blank, but he picked up DUI. He would want to get rid of the U at this point, something like Dewey, but I don't see a decent place, a decently high scoring place for it. Uh, VIN I think is quite strong. V is a very good bingo letter, something that people want to keep along with the blank. Right, let me go to the other game that started. There's Knuckle we have not observed yet. Alright, I think this has just started a few seconds back. It was Knuckle to start, who played Incant, and then Sudhir, wow, had to change. So his opponent basically got 2 moves in before he could get one. It looks like Intral is what Knuckle played next, followed by Gox from Sudhir. Now it looks like he has QAN. Obviously, that was the spot that even I was eyeing before he played that. Sudhir now has moderate through that T of incant. He had 2 places to play it, and I think moderate is a fairly obvious everyday word, and also it scores more in the lane that is now left unblocked. That is column 13. So we will just wait for Sudhir to play that. Oh, he did not. He did not spot moderate, so he decided to go for incanted. That is quite a miss. Now it looks like Nakul is going to be playing renovate in that same spot. Wow, moderate would have denied him that. Yes, that was definitely a bad miss by Sudhir. We just wait for Nakul to play renovate, and then we'll move on to another game. It's closing. It's getting closer to 11:20, so I believe tables 1 and 2 will also be starting pretty soon. And I think they have. I see Luisia has begun his game. All right, I think we'll move on there. Oh, this was table 3, I believe. So we have not observed this game so far. Uh, Samrat has had a strong start with Quirt, landing the Q on the double letter, doubling the word, but Epidural, a 4-timer by Mohan, a wonderful spot with the D being a blank, PAILER blank was the rack that he had, followed by Macho from Samrat, and then Wanti by Mohan, and then Betitled, a very great spot through the T from Samrat for 78. Gamma is what Mohan has replied with, and Samrat does have a tough rack playing with the 2D, with the 2 Rs and the U. Something like Koru would be ideal, even though it doesn't a spot. Okay, Koru here would be one consideration. So it scores 3 points less than the Kiro play. I think Kiro would be a good option considering that the Z is unseen. Uh, the X2 with the right set of letters could quite could fit there and have big bingo score. So this game has seemed to settle down a bit. Mohan having a few of those heavy tiles of FBV. Enough is a great spot by Mohan. So Samrat is very close to a bingo. Nothing jumps out to me. Maybe I'm missing something. There's no 7 in that rack. Alright, so even though he has that outplay, it looks like he is very close to a bingo but not quite there yet. It's 11:22, so the rest of the games have begun. Let us see what last game's leader is doing. So Udayan and Vraj are playing in this game, which I believe is table 2. Mohan versus Samrat is was table 1, which I think they have started slightly before time, but which should be fine. Vraj started with Halfa, a big scoring play of 30. Udayan making use of his Q and playing QI. So now that quite comes from Vraj. I did expect him to try and go for that Q. I was looking at a parallel play, if possible, that would not open the triple or offer up any easy scores on in column 1. But quite looks like a nice play. I think he has left himself with another I and something, and there was one consonant there. I remember, probably an L or a T, I believe. Okay, so now it's Udayan's turn, and he has picked up the Z. He has two N's with them. Zeit is a nice heavy score, but leaves him with MONN. So I don't know if that is something he will consider. Lozen is one play that he could really consider. Even though Zeit scores more, Lozen really sorts him out and leaves him with a nice leave of NIM, which is not too bad, and Lozen scores quite well. So it will be interesting to see what it is that Udayan opts to do in this situation. There is that M spot available. The triple lane available for the M, but I don't see any play there that would quite reach the double word. What this is an option that could be considered is he could play MOI and kind of set up his Z. But the thing is, IT just takes too many heavy consonants before it. The K, the H, the F, M. Sorry, not the M. My bad. But quite a few. The P. So it would be easy for Vrach to block that with a high score. So I don't think it's something that Udayan would risk at this stage. Lozen is what appears to be the best play to me in this situation. Is there a way to hit QIN? I think Monazine is good. Or it's Monazite. Alright. Mizin for 49 is what he's opted, keeping NA. That's a nice leave. Alright, I think I do. This is probably something that seems alright to me. So Vraj has a fantastic bingo of woodlands. It's OODLINS. That's the word. With halfas. But I don't know if he will spot that. With the N that Udayan has just offered in the triple lane, there is non-solid. Uh, I would I would ideally expect Vraj to probably hit one of those words. We'll come back and see later if he did. Woodlands and non-solid were the two bingo plays there. And I think Pramit and Sunny are done with their game. Alright, we'll analyze that later. Wow, there's 1 point between Nakul and Sudhir with Nakul on turn. We had, yes, renovate is something that we had seen before moving away from this game. Nakul did hit that, followed by Camo from Sudhir for 26. So yeah, I think Sudhir must have run into some trouble after missing Moderate. He did play Oleander the next turn, which got him back in. Air for 31 was a big score for Nakul. Rough was a good reply by Sudhir. Jug by Jug from Nakul, and a fantastic reply of 61 points with Woody for Sudhir. Wow, that play really brought him back into this game. Now, Nakul has just played Agonized from his rack, landing the Z on the triple letter. So this one's developing quite well. Let's see what Sudhir can do with his rack. It does help to have two S's, although in the current situation of the board, I do not see any spot that would be conducive to using one of them for a high score. He would want to get rid of the U definitely. So US is something that he would want off his rack. Uh, Now how he can go about doing that is something I'm yet to find out. Something like Devas or Vedas would be nice. Uh, the only play I see is down in this lane, which opens up the triple for his opponent. Something like Sad would be a nice play for 28 points, although it keeps the U, but it does score quite a bit. He would be just 13 points behind Nakul if he played that. It's an interesting situation. So, alright, so Sudhir has opted to play Juve for 14. I wonder how he kept the second S. I think it would have been worth considering playing UVRs through this rack, although that would open up column 8 for his opponent. So I think that was a consideration, not playing UVRs, and he decided to play Juve. So I think he's left himself with DESS. The problem with that at this stage is that there is no S ending lane, like no place for a 7 ending in S on this board right now. So he will have to play through a floater, probably through one of these two or through the W or O. And they're all kind of tricky floaters. Uh, Knuckle has a nice rack of uh, carinate or craniate through the N. Uh, Let me see, AC rate through an E. Quite a few options, but unfortunately the available floaters for him do not give him an option. A Vicarate through the V, but the V is definitely in the wrong position. Crave is a nice high score from Nakul, and it looks like Sudhir was deciding to keep two S's, and he's been blessed, or rather vexed, with one more. So he has three S's in his rack, with one S and two blanks still to go. So the S's have definitely been hiding this game. Oh, when Oleander was played, I believe there was a play onto the triple with reloaned, which is something that Sudhir has missed. Reload would have been a nice bingo, scoring him at least another 20 points, I believe. So that was a bad miss there. Alright, so what will Sudhir do with his current rack? He definitely will want to get rid of one of those S's, if not both. I don't see a way to get rid of both without really opening the board up. Something like Seds would do that, but I think Seds also closes the board down quite a bit. Not that it is really open at this point. I mean, it would be an interesting choice to play sets like that, opening up a lane, but I do not think he'll want to do that because his opponent he has a lead of about 50 points at this point, and a fantastic lead. I believe he has left himself with ATE at this point. Or sorry, AIT. Yeah, AIT is correct. So Nakul could be close to bingo with obviously two blanks unseen to Nakul from a bag of 26 tiles. 26 tiles unseen to him with S and two blanks unavailable. There's quite a few nice. There's T's available. There's three E's, L's, and the G. So it might open up too much for his opponent. So it'll be interesting to see what he does here. We'll come back to that later. Dubs is what he's opted to play, keeping ESSR. And yes, it looks like Knuckle did pick up an S after all, although it doesn't look like there is a bingo for him in it. Alright, we'll just quickly have a look at another game. Pit was a nice high score. Alright, the problem right now with this board for Sudhir is that there are basically no lanes really available to him anymore apart from that O, and I don't think there is a bingo in this. There is regests which does not play. So yeah, that problem of having no lanes for the 7 is quite pressing for Sudhir. He might try to sort that out soon if he is to have a chance of coming back in this game. He's already down 60. Let's have a look at another game. Let's see what Vraj is up to. So Hriday's game has completed. We'll analyze that at the end once we're done with all the games. So yes, Vraj did spot Woodlands. I believe non-salt would have been a better play in that situation. It would deny the knave. Oh, it was Vraj with knave. So wow, Vraj seems to be having a good game. It was Woodlands from Vraj followed by Fu from uh, from Udayan in column 10. Geode, a low scoring balancing play uh, from Vraj, followed by Monster from Udayan for a monstrous 80 points indeed. But Vraj had a good reply of 48 points with Knave. Ba was a good wrap for Udayan, making Zia and scoring a good 35 points. So that was a high scoring play, but it looks like through that E of Monster, Vraj has made a monster play of his own with Tagarine for 68 points. So now Vraj has a lead of 40-ish points over his opponent, and we will just check. Just give me a minute. So there's no 7 available to Udayan. All right. So what can he do? I think he would try to play somewhere down this line if possible, or at least onto the triple to keep scoring and to keep Vraj on his toes. Something like side is what I saw first. It scores 32 points, but it does kind of close the board down, even if it catches up with Vraj. At this point, the only lanes available are here, here, and here. So I think there are quite a few lanes available which Udayan should not worry about. Side gives him a good leave of TAG, which is quite favorable if he picks up the blanks, and because I do not see any blanks played on this board, so they're both available along with two S's. Vraj has just bingoed. There is a possibility he could have picked up one of them out of this bag of 50 tiles. Sorry, 48 tiles. Right, Udayan Singh quite some time. We'll remember that and we'll come back to it. Let's see what Samrat is up to. Yes, oh, there have been quite a few plays in this game, and it is still close. There's 15 points between them, with Samrat on turn, and he has the high scoring X. It is the last rack, and his opponent Mohan has 6 single pointers. I do not see an immediate out for him, but this is a time when Samrat would want to score. Something like Flix's scores too well, but it does give him his opponent a reply of NIE for 10, 12, and 21 points. With 15 points between them, it will be very interesting to see how Samrat would score and also deny scoring opportunities to Mohan to try and clinch this game. All right, that there was an X hotspot available, which I had not analyzed, for 34 points. So now, Samrat with a lead of 20 points. Mohan has 6 tiles to try and go out with, and hopefully catch up to him. I don't see an out for him playing all 6 tiles at once. Arrow was a good wrap uh, from Mohan. Uh, what that did is it blocked the onlyest play that Samrat had going through that N. But he does have Listen falling right here to go out and win this game with a great game. Mohan would not be too hard on himself. We'll just go over it quickly to see what things were like. We had last seen this game with Kenaf and Tad. Denture was played by Samrat. Frosted was a fantastic reply by Mohan, which was challenged by Samrat. There was a 69-point Z play from Mohan. Where is that? Wow, that was a 69-point play. Great score for him. Actually, I would just want to go back and see what the scores were at that point, because after that it looks like Pooch was a heavy score, while okay, I'm sorry, I seem to be having a little trouble with my uh, ISC page right now. I hope it sorts itself out. This just tend to happen sometimes with the web interface of ISC. So we'll just go back to the only game that is still active, that is Vraj versus Udayan. Then we'll go back and have a quick analysis of the existing games. Gadge is what I believe uh, Udayan played from that rack, keeping ICE. I'll quickly go over the list of plays that were made so we know what happened while you were not watching. Pry was a heavy score from Vraj, 34, followed by Copy from Udayan. And Vraj responded in kind with Tux. I wonder what his rack was and if maybe playing down here was an option for Vraj, but I'm pretty sure he would not miss a next hotspot like that. So wow, so Udayan has a rack of Brittle, but I cannot quite see a place. And even though there was Betitled in the other rack, I don't think Betitler is good. So that is another that is gonna be quite hard on Udayan. He's played Tuner, keeping BLIT, and Vraj has picked up one of the blanks. But he does not have a vowel, so that is going to be quite tricky for him. He should not have too much trouble though. All right, let's think about it. What is to be done here? So no bubbles is definitely a problem for Vraj. But I think what if I were in Vraj's position at this point, there is literally only one lane on this board, which is through the E. So I would actually be looking to play something here that just closes that down, because I do not, as Vraj, I do not need to bingo at this stage. Obviously, there could be a word ending in L, and with blank available and a good set of vowels available, it is a possibility. But I think knowing Udayan's word knowledge and his capability, I would rather play. I would rather go into a more of a defensive mode at this time. That being said, I'm not seeing a half decent play with the E that gets rid of the R, C, and possibly the L as well. Those are tries I do not want to keep. Obviously, there is just a simple REC play, but that just leaves too much up to chance. And in that situation, what'll happen is that Udayan, who had a homeless brittle, will be forced to open up this board and kind of offer up lanes to Vraj, and Vraj has the S and the blank, which I believe is the last S of the game. Oh no, there's one more to come. Uh, so in that situation, Vraj could really, take the lead in a fantastic way if Udayan tries to open the board up at this stage. Cyan is a great play for 21 points. That is not an area I had looked at. Keeping BLIT, he has picked up SLV, so the S is a respite. What Vraj has done though, playing Cyan, is to take that L out as a lane. So that is a plus side of that play. He has left himself with L RRS blank, which is, well, the 2 hours would actually be a bit of a problem considering there's still 2 more hours to come from the bag. So if he's picked up one more, he could really be in for a tough time. But that being said, from his perspective, it was a balanced-ish bag. Okay, I think there should be a bingo now from Vraj starting from the T. I think Trillers is good. Is it? I'll have to check that. Yes, Trillers is one play available to him. The other through the E. There's no E starting bingo, so any bingo he makes has to start with the T or the L. I think T would be the obvious choice. Let's go over what the bingos available to him are. Talliers is one. Okay, I've messed that up. Sorry. Yeah. Trailers, obviously a very easy one. Trailers, trillers and twirlers. Those are the four bingos available to him. Trailers, fantastically, the one he chose, and I think this game is going to go to uh, Vraj, with Udayan not having too much luck there. Uh, Vraj did bingo 3 times, while Udayan could only manage one. So that did play a factor in deciding this game. Actually, I am wondering if Montres with the M landing here would have possibly scored a bit more for Udayan. We'll analyze that after this game. I think this game should end fairly quickly. Udayan is in his last minute with 5 tires in the bag. Hopefully, we will have enough time to analyze the remaining games before we get into the next round. Oh, so he has picked up another blank. Wow. But I think the two U's are definitely going to stop him from bingoing. So what Raj is going to do is try to maybe close the board down and, just take any scoring opportunities out. But the two U's are going to restrict him as well. So I think you guys can keep watching the game. What I'm going to do is take like a minute and quickly key in the scores from the 5 games that have already come in. Yeah, so the scores have gone in once this. Wow, so wow, I had definitely not considered that G as a floater and a lane. That was a brilliant play, a brilliant out by Vraj, who's going to have. Wow, okay, that was not an outplay. I don't know why I believed that. Okay, so it left WI on Vraj's rack, and he has an outplay here of WAI, although then did have a heavy reply of Hive, which pretty much cancelled out Outguide, but it's still gonna be a fantastic victory for Vraj. He has two lanes available to go out with his IW. There's EV here and the Y here, which have scored a couple points more. But it's still a 103-point win for Vraj, which is a fantastic win. So I'm just going to key that in and generate the pairings for the next round, and then we can come back and quickly go over the remaining games in the time in the games played in the time left. Okay, so what I'm going to do is these are the round 3 pairings, and along with I'll just quickly go back and first show you what the standings look like after 2 rounds. So Vraj has won 2 games, Hriday has won 2 games with his last win coming over Varish, so that was a fantastic win. And Samrat also winning 2 games. Vraj, after a 1 point win, really needed a big spread to push him up, and he is leading the table right now with 2 wins and a spread of 104. Hriday in a close second, and Samrat having 2 close games. Samrat also had a 1 point win in his last game, so that gives him was it a 3 point win? It was a 3 point win, I believe. Yes. And now he is on 36. He has a spread of plus 36. Nakul has won his first game of the tournament. Mohan has lost to Samrat. Pramit has won the first game of this tournament against Sunny, who has had 2 losses this tournament. Aditya has won his first game of the tournament against Sanjoy. Sanjoy has also won 2 losses, with then losing his first game and Varish also losing his first game of the tournament. So these are standings as of now. I will quickly go back and let's analyze some of the games that we missed out. That's Sanjoy versus. We had last seen till Jazzy and Ches was done. So let's go through the plays here. Okay, in action was a beautiful spot by Aditya onto the triple, although it was not a bingo because OM was there. So in action was just a good heavy score, got rid of quite a bit, I'm pretty sure. Let me just go back there and see what the situation was like. Alright, so he had so no 7 available, so I think in action was quite a nice play, got rid of all of those ties for him at a time when he was trailing though, so and did not quite open up lanes for him. So I'm really keen to know how this game changed in his favor. Route followed by Pele from Aditya, followed by Ant, and then there was Guarani onto the I. Laking, was that a bingo? Was there a bingo there that was missed? I'm not very sure, but just to check it, there was not one. Possibly karting would have been better than laking, but I think, was there a Y unseen at that time? Yes, there was. So I think putting the K there would not have been very wise. Larking perhaps would have been something worth considering. Aditya still close. Alright, so there was a phony there. Forters by this is Forters. Forters was played by Sanjoy, but got challenged off. followed by Verdets, which Sanjay unsuccessfully challenged. So that is the point where Aditya took the lead. I think uh, I think Sanjay will hit himself over that miss. Something like four would probably deny his opponent that lane for Verdets. Oh, the Q came at an inopportune time, but there was an opening for him, and that's how that game ended in favor of Aditya by 21 points. That was a good game. Four tours was a possibly a move that Sanjay would be ruining as it turned the tide in Aditya's favor. Between Nakul and Sudhir, we had seen last with Agni's UV, Crave, and Dubs played for the pit. Then Sudhir was forced to exchange. Wow. Having picked the blank, Knuckle had a fantastic out balls through the W, killing virtually any hope of a comeback for Sudhir. I'll just go back there for a bit to just see how things played out. Limey, followed by again a great play available to Sudhir, but no lanes, which must have really frustrated him all game. So that was a fairly straightforward issue in for Knuckle over Sudhir. Have we analyzed Hriday's game against Varisht? Yes, so we had seen this game until four by Pi was played. Arrow. Divi is something that I had considered that time, followed by Husked from him, but before that there was Tex. A good high scoring Tex here, followed by Husked, Hat. There was Reaving, played by Hriday for 89. A join played by through the JO. A join was played by Varisht, which was punished heavily by Hriday with ZO. I think that is what must have really changed the game in Hriday's favor. I think even grieving was his. So yeah, at this point, I think Varish was just looking to make the board more open for him. He is close to a bingo. Uh, so that was a little harsh. Unlucky pickups there by him. UG with grieving was another heavy score for him. Now were two options. Sobered, wow, that was a fantastic rack for Hriday. Having just played UD out of UG out of that rack, leaving with E Rose with an E, and he picked up BD to play Sobered, so that was quite fortunate there. Uh, and that game ended with a big win for Hriday. Although there was an impulse play by Varisht to lessen the gap, before which he was losing by 180 points. So Impulse kind of improved that. That was a golden bingo. Wow. So that was fantastically played by the doctor. But congrats to Hriday for winning this game. So that Z did stay open and go for a big score there. Let's see what the moves were like. We had seen till Mike, and I think at this point even I had suggested an exchange, just for the intones from Pramit. Where is intones? Intones right here over Sepors. Zodiacs for a big score by Sunny. I think the idea of putting the S with Zodiac must have been to. Okay, he did have two S's at the time, so yeah, Zodiacs makes sense. Even otherwise, with the current situation of the board, putting an S there would be better than keeping it, considering that it does offer up a lane because there are literally no other lanes available for sevens or eights. This is this one lane, so it kind of gives more options to him to play when he needs to catch up. Oh, there was an insider play by Sunny, but I reckon a little too late, as he was already down by 120 points at the time, and which was replied by a heavy coin from Pramit. So that's how the game ended. It's 11:57, and we should be starting the next games pretty soon. I'll just see if we have missed something. No, we did watch this game all the way to the finish. Uh, we did check out this game. So I think we've covered all the games. Aditya lost. Yes, we did observe this. So yeah, it was a great round, I believe. I will quickly just give my players the round three pairings. So I'm just gonna take a quick look at the YouTube comments, if I'm doing good or bad. Yeah, that's a great. I mean, I would love some feedback if you guys would let me know what I'm doing right or what I'm doing wrong, and if I need to change anything. I'll just quickly pull up the round three pairings for you guys. So those are the pairings. Vraj is playing Samrat, Hriday playing Nakul. Those games started at 12:20. Sanjay and Sudhir and Varisht versus Sunny will be starting anytime now. Pramit Nudayan will start in 10 minutes, as well as Mohan versus Aditya. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to take a break of a couple of minutes. I've been skipping on a few phone calls, so sorry to leave you guys, but I'll just turn on one of the games, and you guys can observe that. I'll come back and hopefully we can continue with the commentary. Yes, Varisht has started his game with Sunny, so uh, we start that. Okay, so that's a two O's, two E's, and a P. So he would want to get rid of one of that. I'll just take a quick break of 2 minutes and be back. Hey everyone, I'm back. So if you remember, I think Topoi with two E's is what. Alright, sorry, I'm getting a call. I'll just take that break again. So sorry, guys. Hey everyone, I am back. Yes, I remember seeing Sunny had three E's on his rack, so he's kind of got rid of two of them very well. He left himself with U and S, I believe, and he kind of set up a nice lane for him to bingo on if he has a good pickup. So there's no obvious 7 in that for Varisht. So I think he would want to get rid of the U and the V and the R, which looks a little difficult on this board. We'll come back to that. I think we'll quickly switch over to the other game that has started, which is Sanjoy versus Sudhir. And it looks like Sudhir started with Nix, followed by Bream from Sanjoy. And Sudhir should now be bingoing. I see Rancidly through the N. Lyrical is a great spot. 81 points. Although it does open up the triple lane, but with the blank L there, I mean, there's not much. Although it looks like his opponent now has Zatis for a fantastic reply of 68 points, which is something I do not expect him to give up. I'm pretty sure he will make that play. Let's quickly switch back to that game and see what Varish did with that drag. Okay, he played Urari, keeping VET, if I remember correctly. Sunny had picked up another S. He had kept himself with was it UES? Yeah, USC is what he had, and he has picked up two O's, an A, and another S. So that is a little tough. I think playing OUS somewhere would be ideal, but it does not look like something that is very open on this board. Or maybe Arouse, but that R is in the wrong position for Arouse. You would want to get rid of the S, the actually both U's ideally, and the U, so both O's and the U, to leave some with SEA as a leave, but it does not seem like that would be easy to do. Sour is one play that I spotted, but that just opens the O up for a heavy reply. Uh, another thing to consider would be to play EAUS here for 24, which is a good score. The Z is gone, so that threat is reduced. But that being said, it can still take quite a few good heavy constants over it. So he would be offering about 34 to 30 to 35 points to his opponent. So I like this play. OS, not a great leaf, but I think he should be able to move out. The only drawback of this is having the S, he will be very short of lanes available on this board to end in an S, because Topoi, I believe, does not take an S. You can just verify that. It does not. So that is the downside of playing EAUS there, but that is probably what I would do in this situation. We'll go back to that other game and see how things are developing over there. So Zati's, like I said, was quite obvious. Then that has been followed by Idol from Sudhir, which was, well, quite a low scoring. Okay, 23 points. I didn't account for the Z. Followed by Vivo from Sanjoy, which has been replied fantastically with Starling from Sudhir. So Sudhir takes a sizable 70-point lead in the early phase of this game, leaving himself with G GAS or GES. I don't quite remember. I think it was GES. Uh, he has picked up AAOU, so that has been quite a torrid pickup for him. He might want to play something like Egg, which does not. But I don't see a really great spot for him to play Egg. He could just play egg through that, but just scores a measly 10 points and open and puts that E next to the blank. Even playing AUA at this point would be a good consideration. The position is something that worries me. At C6, he would play AUA, offering up this place for a heavy score for his opponent, which is something he would be wary of. This is another play that might be worth considering for 11 points. This indeed is quite a tough situation for Sanjay to be in. ATOES is not too fantastic, although this game is not short of lanes to bingo in. So that is one consideration, but he would need to be lucky with his next pick. With AUA, that is a little easier to do. The only problem is offering that spot to his opponent. So we are 1 minute away from two more games beginning. I'll just go head back to the other game. I believe some of them have already started. Let me just quickly go back to yes. So was there an exchange at that point? There was, followed by Violate. Wow, Violate for 84 from Varish to take a sizable lead. Following which Ages was played by Sunny, and then Bluest from uh, Dr. Varisht. Now he has wow. There must be a bingo in this, but I cannot. There is glycine starting from down here, so that is going to be a great play. Or wow, that is going to be a massive play from Dr. Varisht if he spots that. There's a glycemia and glyceria ending onto the A here, or even here. Wow, there are so many good scoring options available to the good doctor, and he should be bingoing with this rack. It's just a matter of time. As a doctor, I think he will definitely know glycemia. Yes, that is the one he has opted for. So now Sunny also has a C, and this spot that Dr. Varish missed glycine at is probably going to see Chef come down over there, leaving a fantastic leave of SED and nice lanes available as well. What I'm going to do is I'm going to have a look at the other new games that have started, maybe we've not yet seen. Alright, so that started with Mohan opening with green with a fantastic rack. He had 1E and a blank with him, followed by Don John from Aditya for 30, followed by Humvee from Lavisha. Now, there is no open S for Aditya to play Avauris. Is there something he could do and hit that N for a 4-timer? Possibly not. He's played Vireo, keeping AW. Alright, so that CK goes well, but the 2 A's is something he would want to get rid of. Something like Taka, but I don't see a great spot for it. Kava is something that Mohan has opted for, leaving himself with ETIC, which is a nice leave, I feel. And well, that's a torrid pickup from for Aditya. He left himself with AW and picked up IIIAE, which is, well, quite unlucky, to be honest. He could play EV, but he probably will not. I mean, this is the spot that I see EV at, but that still leaves him with four vowels. So he's done a bold exchange of 7 tiles. I would probably have kept the E even if I was exchanging. Although playing EV here for 13 points was a consideration, seeing as it would leave me with A, I believe. But I guess an exchange was fine, but I would probably consider keeping the E out of that rack. That was a fantastic scoring spot. I was trying to look for it last turn as well. And I think that 7 tile exchange was definitely better than my suggestion of 6 tiles, because he has picked up the blank. He has two vowels, the A's. The first thing that jumps out at me, funnily, is Lampard, which is a footballer's name and not a valid word in Scrabble. There is Lampads, which is 7, but is a fantastic spot of palmated by Aditya for 82. He is now 15 points down with Mohan on turn. Mohan does not seem to have a bingo in this rack, but he should be able to score quite well using those tiles. The L is open in the column 8, so he might be trying to play that. I think Philo is good, Fillo. That would be a consideration, leaving CUN. I would want to get rid of the U2, but I cannot see an obvious play for the U. Is Filco good? I don't know, it's Folic. Yes. I think that is a play that I would probably go for in this rack. Unless I'm missing a bingo onto the G, which I am not. Yes, Folic, as suggested by me, has been played. There's no bingo in that rack available to Aditya through an N. He obviously has the easy towering, but no other letter would quite give him bingo. Gauf. So Gauf gives his opponent the Z, which he has just picked up. So I believe Luz is what's gonna be played next for 65 points, 66 that is. Wow. But but Aditya has a nice bingo of tree line, which he spotted immediately. But I believe there is a bingo there for, yes, uneasier with a fantastic spot. Great wrap for uh, Mohan. But fantastically now, Aditya has the Y, which he will try to land here. Let me see if there's something that ends there. Because the U, it's quite restricted, has to be an HY or a PY, which kind of makes it a little harder. Nothing quite obvious there to me, although I think even Hype here would score just as great. Yeah, that was probably the candidate play there. These two gentlemen are rushing through the game. I'll just quickly move over and see the other game uh, that has started. That is Udayan versus Pramit. It seems to be started a few minutes late, but that works out for us. Not a problem, as we were too caught up there. Okay, so Udayan exchanged followed by Slaint from Pramit, followed by Seized from Udayan, and then Vaginal from Pramit. I wonder why there was a pass there. I wonder if that was a mistake or whether that was a you know, at this stage of the game, I really don't think a pass would be a legitimate option. So that might have been an error, unless he was waiting for some floater. But I do not think Udayan would play like that. Yep, that's a good 36 points for him. Uh, 2 U's and 2 R's for Pramit to sort out. He could play Quipu or Quipo with Ruru, I guess. AOI is not a great leave, but I think it scores quite a bit. Or is fine, but the problem of 2 U's still persists on his rack, and now wow, there is an Urali's play, Urali's Uriels available for Udayan, which I believe will come here. I do not see anything through the G. So I think Uriels or Uralis is going to be the play. Gloriosa was a bingo I did not know. Let's see if that is what Udayan opts for over Uriels. I think it score a couple more points. That's 4 more points for him. I think it'll be interesting to see whether Udayan spots Gloriosa or just opts for the safe Uriels. He did spot Gloriosa. Uh, I wouldn't put that beyond him. So now the problem of 2 U's and 2 R's still persists with Pramit. So what I'm going to do is the other 2 games have started. So I'm going to move to the other 2 games that have just started, which was Braj is on one, who who was playing Samrat, and Samrat started with Nor, followed by an easy X play for Vraj. So there doesn't seem to be a bingo in that for Samrat. So he will want to play MIG. There's not really a lot of great tiles on that rack. So it'll be interesting to see how he sorts that out. Kill him leaving dog was a nice play. I do not see a 7 in this rack, and there is not one. That M is just in the wrong place for Gloomier. I think what would be nice would be getting a play through here. Something like Gori would score nice, leaving LORE and get rid of that 2 O's problem. That is another play scoring about the same, but kind of closing the board up. At this point, there are a few lanes available. Goo would kill that, make it just 2 lanes. But I think Goo would be fairly good because he's kept R and L, and with that leave, he is likely to bingo here. So that might be worth considering. I'm interested to see what Vraj opts here. In the meantime, I think I will go over to the other game that I have not yet observed. This is the game between Hriday and Nakul. Just go over the list of plays. Knuckle started with 9 on, followed by Trunk from Hriday, Bunia from Knuckle, Gob from Hriday, and then they both had a bingo each. Riciest from Knuckle with a great rap over Bite, Arse, and Act, followed by Repured from Hriday. Okay, so he has picked up the X, but it's not got a great supporting cast to hit that triple word score. I would probably play Fox for that is one consideration, or just to play XU. But the problem with both these plays is what I am left with is two A's. Rue is what Knuckle opts for, keeping AAFT, which is an interesting choice. Uh, he is marginally ahead, so that might interesting choice, I would say. There's no bingo in that rack for Hriday, but there is an 8. There's no 7, but there's an 8. There's a wonderful Vespiary through that P, which would have been avoided had Knuckle played somewhere in this area. Let's see if Hriday spots that. That was a word I think Hriday missed or did not quite know. Keeping FAAT, Knuckle has picked up TIP, so he will be trying to play that off. FAP, yeah, that's probably FAP or FAT, I think, would have been a consideration. Keeping PAITP is a nice, one of the nicer heavy consonants to bingo with. Wow, so there is diriges in that rack. But on this board, I think there is a severe lack of lanes for a 7. Yes, so that diriges play, rather diriges is not gonna play. There doesn't seem to be anything through the Y or the U. So, I think something like dig would be optimal, keeping a fantastic leave of IRES. Although it remains to be seen if Hriday agrees with my assessment. I think he might be spending a few moments trying to see if a bingo fits. So we'll come back to this game in a bit. We'll go back to one of our earlier games. So one of the games has finished. That is Sunny versus Varisht. Let's quickly go back. Just have a quick look at the result. And looks like it was Varisht's game. Chef is where we had left that game. Followed by Sadid from Sunny for 41, which got challenged. 44, that's a fantastic score. Yeah, with axes. So that's the reason why Sadid scored so heavily. Lisping from Varisht for 81, along with Player, followed by Morions from Sunny and Wontons from Varisht. Obviously not a bingo, but a high score play there. Oh, so there was a 64 play point queue here, but I believe the three bingos from Varisht were a little too much, and Morions and QI were a little too late, perhaps, to give him a fighting chance in that game. So that's how that game ended. We will go back to one of the other games that's still running. This seems to be in its final stages. Let us see what's happened. Oh, it looks like Sudhir, even though he has a fantastic lead, is going to be stuck with that Q at the end. We had left this game after Starling, followed by which Sudhir was again lucky to bingo within 2 turns to play Scuttle, followed by oh wow, I did not know Ranga is valid. As many of the Indian players would know, we have another fantastic high-rated player, Ranganathan Chakravarti from Chennai. So I think Ranga would be a nice homage to him. And I hope in the next version we may be able to increase the size of the field, possibly replace it. I find 6 games already to be a little too taxing. Uh, so I don't know if we can include it, but we'll definitely try to get newer players in. So Sherwin is busy uh, due to Easter. We might try to get him in. We will try to get some of the other players in, like Rajveer, who is also busy due to Easter. Carol Pace from Mumbai, who's also busy for Easter. We try to get them in due time. So looks like Sudhir, despite being stuck with the queue, has won this game by 105 points. Great win, Sudhir. That's 2 games we have wrapped up, and I believe they were the first 2 to start. We'll go to one of the running games. There are 4 of them ongoing. So it looks like Gu is what he opted at that stage when we had left this game. Uh, Although he did not succeed to bingo anytime soon, whereas his opponent has uh, has picked a bingo of Guiest here. Although the dot play from Samrat did result in a heavy Z play from Vraj. So Vraj made a nice dump of Tronk for 14 points. It got challenged by Samrat. Oh, that is a fantastic Relievo play, but I do not see a spot for Relievo on this board as yet. Olivine is what plays above using the P of hip. So those are the 2 bingos, 2 sevens that I did see, Olivine and Relievo, and what app tells me that yes, that is all there is to it. So I think on Olivine would score quite well, put Samrat quite a bit out of Raj's reach. We just wait a few moments to see if he does spot that play before moving on to another game. Mohan's game has concluded, so we just have 3 games running right now. Perhaps we'll come back to this and see if Olivine was played later on. We go to Udayan's game, and Udayan has the lead. I think he has just played Ariest, a very fairly common stem, easy word right there. I'm pretty sure he worked up to it though. Glorious was challenged by Pramit, following which he played Sulu with Quipu for 22, which is a nice way to get rid of his 2 U's. Dozing was a heavy score for Udayan for 37. That's right here with the Z landing on the triple letter. Ariest was the latest bingo from Udayan, taking him 60 points clear, but it looks like there are quite a few plays available here to Pramit. Easy one being messier here, which I have just been suggested by one of our observers, which is Ekansh. Ekansh Arora, younger brother of Mehul Arora. Ekansh himself has been has participated at the World Youth Championships, and he's an up-and-coming player. Uh, Watch out for him in a few years. Mistard is what Pramit played for a few lesser points, for fewer points, and well, it looks like Udayan is vexed, being 5 points behind. A vexed is something that vex right here scores massively, even if it Doesn't quite kill the lane. Although I think the V is nicer to keep with that set as compared to the W, so that is probably the play he should go for. Probably, I mean, that is what I would go for. We'll come back to it later and see if he did. We'll move on to another game. Still 3 running. We'll go to Hriday's game. He has high knees, but I again don't see a bingo a lane for him. So he did not play dig at that time. What did he opt for? It'll be interesting to see what he did at that stage of the game. He played GI. Interesting, I can't see that. Okay, that was it, GI. The problem with GI is at that stage of the game, it did not give him any lanes. With dig and RISC, he would have made himself a lane here. We'll have to analyze that later to see if he indeed had a bingo in the next lap. Oh, he did bingo in the next move with Serifed. It was a fantastic play here. But I still believe it would have been wiser to make another lane at that stage of the game. Nakul played Ward, Dig Ho Carl, and that is where we stand. Nakul on turn, being 22 points behind. But we do know that both blanks are currently in possession of Hriday, and he is definitely the favorite in this game. So that was a nice play by Nakul, getting that lane out of the picture to some extent. While does take an S after it, but with 3 eyes, I am yet to see a play. Oh, there is a Sheeny starting here. It remains to be seen if Hriday can quite spot that. We'll come back to this later, as Hriday will definitely need time to think about it with 2 blanks on his rack. We'll go back to Pramit's game, which I think we had just left. Vex, as I had suggested, has fallen there. Fades comes next from Pramit. Udayan 16 points down with the torrid rack. He has no vowels, and the bag is just 1 tile short of being able to exchange. There's just 4 vowels in the bag as it is. So this might actually be quite tough for Udayan to claw back into. Let's really go to the table 1 game between Vraj and Samrat. So we had left after bad, and hip was played after that. I can't spot. Okay, hip was there. Oh, okay. Okay, so he did miss the bingo of. Oh, he did play LI here when I. LI was played here when. So he missed Olivine and that spot for Olivine. That is Samrat. Followed by an exchange from Vraj. Looks like that play of LI blessed Samrat with the Q. He played QI for 34, following which he bingoed Ovulate at that spot where Olivine should have fallen. Mod from Vraj, Na from Samrat, Fever and Energy, quite opposite to each other, but played one after the other. And that is where we stand with 5 in the bag and the blank on Vraj's rack. Can he quite nick this one? With 60 points left, there's only there are 2 lanes. There's one here and possibly something starting with the E through the T, but I do not see the bag as being massively helpful. There's the B and the H and 2 U's unseen. There is no O, there are 2 O's, so that is a handy lane right there. But with this rack, Jap is what Vraj has played. Luckily for Samrat, he has both the O's, so this lane is not quite. I mean, Vraj will have to use his a blank on that lane for the O if he has to bingo there. So now it is quite interesting because there's three in the bag, and even though OOH seems like the obvious option, Samrat will be wary of that. He will have to see if there's something that would play here with the O being a blank. If not, I think he could quite safely just close the game up with OOH. Oh, that scores a bit more, but it gives an O floater to Vraj, who has the blank. And a floater at this time would be disastrous. That's 14 points between those two plays, but it does empty the bag. Fortunately, there's not much of a score difference between them. Assuming if he plays Soho, leaving emptying the bag, they're all single pointers, barring the F and B, which we both know are on. At least the F is on Braj's rack, which I am not entirely sure about. This will be a tricky situation for Samrat. He'll have to take a call about what to do. Let's go back to Udayan's game against Pramit. And yes, the no vowel situation really has put him in a bind. He played cent for 12, not emptying the bag at that stage. Then Pramit emptied the bag with who, leaving him with wow. He has Lounder on his rack. There's definitely something else in Lounder that I am not quite remembering. Yes, Roundel and Roundel. Uh, so it is quite a pickle because he has unlorded ending onto the D, that is Pramit. And Udayan seems to be in his final 30 seconds of the game. It remains to be seen whether Udayan will block him out or yes, he did. He did spot unlorded, so he decided to close that down. So there is no play for Udayan unless no play for no bingo play for Pramit unless there is something through the B that I have not seen. There is no 8, so that is probably the best play from Udayan's perspective. Udayan just has 17 seconds on his clock, and I think I've seen Udayan do a lot with 17 seconds. I won't be too worried about that. We go back to the other game. We see what Hriday is up to. Hriday versus Nakul is on. Uh, Hriday has Hriday did spot Sheeny, which was fantastic. Followed by Manas from Nakul for 43. Then equally fantastic Zol reply from Hriday. At this stage, Nakul's on turn with 6 tiles. And it looks like Hriday has missed the most of this game and he should be winning this fairly comfortably. Although I do not see an out for him at this point. Molds just does not play. Mott's almost plays if not for RO. Alright, so I think this game is sealed and goes Hriday's way. Let's see what Samrat managed to do in their game. He is still thinking about that move. Even though the clock says 16 minutes, 6 minutes on his, even though it looks like there's 6 minutes on his clock, I think that is the time that was there on his clock once Vraj played Jap. So I think there's quite a bit lesser than that on his clock right now, and he will have to take a call one way or another at this stage of the game. Another thing he could do is just play O and kind of close it down and still keep in the bag. He did decide to go for Soho. So there is Furiosa through the O, just does not play for Vraj, as well as sorry, Furiosa is not good. That's Q. Okay, I'm just Furioso, not Furiosa. Sorry. So there's no. So the only bingos available to him are Fators and Osform. Sorry, I have the wrong rack. Sorry, Fator is the only bingo available using the O, and without it, there are four bingos available, but neither of them play. Fakir's Fusaria, Safari with two Fs. I think it must be a variation of a Safari. Let's see what Ziziva tells us. A hunting expedition, also Safari. It is the Swahili word. So that is the word Safari. Nice word to know. And unfair, none of which play. So I think this game should end in favor of Samrat, who I think has picked up the B at this point. If Vraj were to bingo, until he would have to score big to get that. Ah, yes, he did try Furiosa, which is not valid, and it got challenged off by Samrat, who will now just plan it out in two, which I think is fairly doable. He has left himself with uh, Ron, which can be played here. Oh, well, there's only one lane for it. Quite unlike uh, Samrat to leave himself like in that sort of a situation. Uh, but this looks like it'll be Samrat's game. We'll just see how. Sorry. So Hriday wins his game against a Nakul. We just have a look at what the last few moves were. He played Mose, followed by Dum, and went out with it. So I think that was that, and that finishes that game. I think we ought to also check Udayan's last game. I think we did, and that was a game where he blocked his out playing Jet. Yeah, a very blocked board after that point. Ended in a 48 point win. Is that correct? Yeah, 48 point win for no, sorry, 58 I believe. Yeah, 58 point win for Pramit. I will just go back and see what the last stages of that game between Samrat and Vraj looked like. Alright, so the game between Vraj and Samrat is finished as well. So what I'm gonna do is I'm just gonna quickly enter in all the scores. I have them all here, and possibly take a little break because I think we went over all the games of this stream. I will just leave you with the images of Vraj's last game. After Furiosa was challenged off, Ab and Rune. And that is how that game ended in favor of Samrat. I will just take a minute and quickly enter in the scores for this round and generate the pairings for the next round. Right, so we have the pairings for round 4. After round 4, we will be taking a break. Oopsie, I did not generate the pairings, my bad. But I do have the standings of round 3. And it looks like we'll have 2 players on all wins, and that is Hriday and Samrat. I think the pairings for round 4 will also be up. After round 4, we will be taking a break of 1 hour for people to catch up on lunch. Alright, it's not standings, it's supposed to be pairings. That's what I'm doing wrong. Yep, those are the round 4 pairings. My players have got them as well. So the two unbeaten players, Hriday and Samrat, face off on table 1. Mohan and Varisht, who have lost a game each, will play each other. Pramit, after a bad start, has won 2 on the trot, and he will be playing Vraj, who just lost his first game to Samrat. Nakul and Aditya, both on 1 win, playing each other. Sanjoy and Sunny yet to muster a win after 3 games. So they will be playing at the bottom table, whereas Sudhir will be playing Udayan on table 5. So those are the pairings for round 4. And I believe ISC is giving me a bit of a trouble once again. So I'll have to restart that. So what I'm going to do is give my voice a little rest for 5 minutes and come back shortly before the next few games start. What I'm going to do is I'm going to pull up that last game from which was a top table game. Yeah, Vraj versus Samrat was a top table game. So I'm going to pull that up for you and leave it on the screen. I'll be back in 5. Hey everyone, I am back. Sorry, I just had a tons of messages to catch up on, and I missed this message that I got a little while back. Wordaholics, the academy being run by Sherwin and Varish in Mumbai, along with, of course, Mimi Hingorani and Anita Bhatia and Harry Bhatia. Yeah, it's a great academy. It's been instrumental in getting me to the stage I am in my Scrabble journey. So they have very graciously sponsored three prizes. Uh, that is, the first place gets 1500, second gets 1250, and the third gets 1000. So big thanks to them. Definitely made it a lot more interesting. We'll go back to seeing what the pairings are. Sanjoy and Sudhir are set to. So Sanjay, Sunny, Sudhir, and Udayan are geared to start their first game in a few minutes. We will keep tabs on that. I am back. Alright, so I'm just going to quickly check the YouTube comments for something I am missing. Alright, we have a half decent viewership. I'd say there's 15 people tuned in. I have got some pictures of people who are running it live on their TVs. So that is quite a fantastic. We should be having two games starting within a few moments. Yes, one is underway. That's Sunny versus Sanjoy, and Sanjoy. Uh, I haven't seen this picture before. Looking quite dapper in his Hawaiian shirt. So he has started, and looks like he has the Q, he has the N, but no U or no I. So he'll have some problem start getting a move on. He has played Neef, keeping QN, which I think was a good choice. He should be able to get rid of that pretty soon. He needs an I or an A or an AT or something to sort his rack out. Uh, Not a great pickup for Sunny either. He has the K, he has two T's, and he has a G. I will take a quick look. There doesn't seem to be a bingo in that. So I think what he will want to do is, so what jumps out to me is a Ket here or Kelt here, sorry, Kelt here is something that jumps out to me. I don't know if it probably does not score enough for, I don't know, maybe kettle is good. Kettle obviously is good. What am I saying? It's an English word, yes. With OK being a part of the game, I think he would not have considered playing it from up here because it would give his opponent a good scoring opportunity here. This way, his opponent is likely not gonna be able to do much with that K. So that situation did not quite improve for Sanjoy, who picked up yet another F. That QN still remains, and he got rid of FEE, and they came right back on his rack. Uh, but I think he should be able to get a decent score from this rack, something like a Fem, although Fem does take an E after it, so he will not be playing it here. We'll see what he decides. In the meantime, the other game has started, which is going to be the table one game between, sorry, the table uh, four game between Vraj and, oops, table four game between Vraj and Pramit, because Sudhir will be starting his game at 110. Uh, so we'll just go over what the moves here were. Vraj starting with Woe Pramit getting Goy, followed by Xenia from Vraj, and they are underway. Pramit has two eyes, but also has the blank. He has got rid of one of his eyes, so I think his leave right now is UI blank. With a decent pickup, he could be on his way to a nice bingo. Vraj now has a vague, and a Vaj is something that I would be looking at playing here, even if it does not score enough as it sorts that rack out, I think. Oh, it's only vague, sorry. Vaj is not good, so that's Whoosh that I'm thinking of. That is one place that I would consider. Nothing stands out to me through the eye. Uvia or Uve. Uve might be worth considering, but I don't like the G as much, and I think vague for the 2 more points does keep things tight, doesn't offer the triple lane to the opponent. That being said, Vraj would be holding the G to get a 5 letter play here. Guava is a nice play that I had not yet considered. So he leaves himself with EAS, which is a fantastic leave. Leaving himself with UI blank, Pram picks up KODD. So what are you gonna do, kiddo? Kiddo seems like something I would consider playing, but it's just spots for it are not too great. As in, it would put the K there, and with OK being good in CSW 19, that is offering up the triple lane to the opponent for a fairly decent score. Even single pointers would probably match Kiddo or exceed it rather. Alright, we'll head back to game 1 and see what's happening over there. Alright, so it looks like he played Jin for 20. F was played by Sanjoy for 22, followed by Jin with uh, Kettled by Sunny, and I think Kettled is what uh, Sanjoy would have been unsure of to challenge. Uh, finally, Sanjoy gets rid of his Q, playing Kath for 27. The rack has not sorted itself out much for Sunny, who has WOOMRIG. I wonder if a room where you kept your wigs would be called a wig room, but I suspect not. So in this situation, definitely I'm looking for something that plays across here, but I can't seem to think beyond Miro. I think Mango is a nice play. What is left with him is WOIR, and I do not quite like the W, but in that situation, I really did not see a play to get rid of the W either. So that should be a fairly okay play. Both players having quite a torrid time balancing their racks. No S's or blanks seen on either racks so far. Uh, Sanjay having two O's and a U along with mine. So he could play MEOU or MOUE somewhere here, but that just opens up quite a bit. So I don't think that is something he would do. Just playing MEOU just offers up this hotspot. The J is gone, but the Z is still yet to come. Uh, so I don't think that is a consideration. The other option would be to play MEOU. Same problem, gives up that hotspot. MOUE is probably a little safer because under the U you could probably have like a P or an H hurting you, or an M. Otherwise it is fairly safe-ish, I would say. But let me see if there's a better play that would probably get rid of a lot more of these tiles, even if it scores quite a bit less. So there's MOAI here. which scores a nice 20 points, keeps the U, which is a bit of a problem, but sorts out the double O situation. Yes, that is what Sanjoy opted for. I think on second look I would probably go for that too. Purely because it scores 10 more points, uh, and doesn't open up too much for my opponent. So keeping WIRO, Sunny picks up BUN. It's quite, to me personally, it's quite annoying when the Q is gone. You keep getting these U's, and like they really kind of strangle your rack, make it difficult to uh, move forward. But the U's are there. There's one on both players' rack right now. I think we should move on back to the other game between Vraj and Pramit. Okay, so I'll just see there has definitely been a bingo of unaided at the bottom. Guava, okay. Followed by Phase from Vraj for a high score of 42, but that had a apt reply of unaided by Pramit, who I believe did not have a place before that, but he got one, followed by Netties from Vraj, who has brilliantly picked up co-admit, seen it and played it, which also elicited a challenge from Pramit. So co-admit for 93 effectively, and Vraj is nearly 100 points in the lead. Uh, Pramit has the J and two R's. Ideally, I'd be looking at playing Jire, Jire, which is exactly what Pramit does. Vraj now has two N's, two E's with the H. Hone or something would be nice. Maybe Hot here would be worth considering for the score. Although it does leave two N's, but it's like it does uh, reply in kind to Pramit without really opening the board up. I mean, Hone here is another option. Let me see how much that scores. So comparable, that's 4 points less, but it does sort out the problem of the two ends. So that is something that I would consider. Uh, with Hone, what happens is there is an ES ending here which was not present earlier. So this does open up for the opponent a wee bit. But I think it's not. It wasn't really that close to begin with because ing would fit there. For the duplicate ends problem, I think I would take 4 points less and play Hone. Uh, Yeah, we'll go on to the other game and see. And it's 111, so two more games have started. We have two more games we can watch out. And it looks like it's Nakul playing Aditya. And Aditya started with Glute. Whereas Nakul has, wow, that was a great play. A 4 time of Abelian, keeping an eye on his rack. I think it looks like it should be a straightforward Q play from Aditya. Yeah, I think playing the Q off and keeping TEMD would be the preferred play for most players at this stage. Oh, glute is something I had not taken into account. So that's a great spot by Aditya to play Chin for 30 points. Uh, okay, so before we move on, Nakul has picked the blank, but he has Y and 5 vowels, so that is quite tough. Two I's, two E's to sort out. I think if I were in Knuckles' place, I might just consider dumping this rack, playing Yeti for 10. It's exactly what he has done. So he's left with OE blank. Picking up a couple of light constants should get him on his way to bingoing. What I'll do is I'll move on to the other game that just started between Sudhir and Udayan. So Sudhir had a fantastic start of with Hessian. Uh, Udayan replied with the X play on the A exposed, followed by keys from or cheese rather from Sudhir, gifts from Udayan, and then a play from the triple that is word 2. Now I don't immediately see a bingo in this rack, but I think I'm missing something. This is not a 7. And a P plays gossiped, otherwise it's not a bingo rack. Uh, but I think it's something that he could score well with. So something like Doges would be nice, I think. Scoring 28 or just yeah, I really don't see a great play. So the thing is, he has two S's. He wants to get rid of one. I don't know if Hessian pluralizes. I'll check that quickly. Hessian does pluralize. So he could consider playing here for the comparably the same score. I think if you would not want to put the E away, that's what he could do. Uh, God's dogs or something, one of those. But I think at this stage, there's literally just one E on the board. Kind of being that defensive and trying to keep your E's back is not quite worth it. So I would actually play Doges here for 28 points. Let's come back later and see what Udayan did do. We'll go back to Vraj's game. So Hone, yes, Hone is what I had suggested, which has been played by Vraj, followed by Inia from Pramit, Gull, Mirror, Kat, called. So fairly decently scoring plays from both players, but that 100-point gap almost ish does remain. Yeah, they're back up to a difference of 93 points, I believe. So that gap has not quite been overcome by Pramit. To Pramit's credit, he does have the blank, but it is a little too late in the game. There are two in the bag. What Pramit would what I would have done at that stage would have to play EF and kind of make a lane. I know BEIE blank probably is not great, but I mean it's the only chance I can give myself. So maybe something ending C, something starting here. I mean, what is left now? Okay, probably might not have worked out. I had not quite seen the bag, but well, the T and the N was quite still unseen to Pramit when he played Beep. So I think I would have kind of given myself a shot and tried to play EF, try to have one more shot at taking a bingo. If my opponent is not able to block me, my bingo scores enough, I just might close in or at least get a score, a comparable score basically. But here it looks like Pramit has just opted for score to try and reduce the spread instead. And Vraj should ideally be able to go out in two moves. The problem would be the two T's and having the only one vowel in E, but he does have the Y. The Y is like a pseudo vowel, and it can often, and it does help you out quite often. I see Betty as a play, uh, but the problem is then going out doesn't seem quite possible. There's Netley in this rack. I think that is good. Yeah, Netley is good. Blent would be a nice play. So that scores 33. There's an out here with fit and an out here with eft. I think that's the play to go out in two. The only problem with Blent would be that the opponent does have a W and he will score big here. So I think that is something that would go against that play. Let's see what happens with Betty. With Betty for 30, the problem of not being able to go out with FLN because there really doesn't seem to be any space on this board, like an open A or flan or something like that. So it'll be interesting to see what Vraj chooses to do here to try and go out into. Uh, if So it has to definitely involve closing this lane because otherwise it'll end up in a Webbier out play for Pramit, if I'm right. Webbiie. Yeah, so Webbier is the play that Pramit has in that lane. So I think Vraj would want to score very highly with his tiles, as well as deny that out to Pramit. I think light is something that is a consideration right here. But again, the problem is again F and T doesn't quite go out. So that is quite yet again doesn't go out. So those issues of not being able to go out. So Vraj definitely has to play in this general area to deny the Webbier out to Pramit, but also has to go out in two. So I think in those circumstances, playing Blend and letting him play V might actually work out better for Vraj. We would go 31, that's 2 points less than him, but then he goes out with Fit, whereas, or Fate here rather. Fate here would be better. It's okay. He has played Fet, leaving himself with LYN, which I think which I think will be difficult to go out with unless I'm missing something. Liney would fit if not for the but it looks like Inly will fit. So Inly is how he can go out, but that is assuming that Pramit doesn't decide to play over there and deny him that out, because again it seems to be only one out for Vraj as well. So, but it just looks like Vraj has sealed this game, so we'll go on to a better game rather than stressing over an end game that doesn't quite have great. Uh, all right, so we are on this game between Samrat and Hriday, which has just started. I reckon Hriday changed his first move, which he did, exchange two tiles. Possibly must have been a nice S blank rack with something weird on it. Samrat replied with a Wid. Now I do not quite see a bingo right away. Uh, right, there is one fantastically easy word that I did not see with another M, that's summons. And the other two words that are there in that rack, an anagram of summons, that is musmons. Just put that on the screen for you guys. And there is Osmonds, which is also something I'm seeing for the first time. So those are the three bingos: summons, musmons, I don't know how to pronounce that, and Osmonds. I think Hriday should eventually stumble upon summons eventually. Let's just go on to another game and see what's happening. This one also just started. Varisht versus Mohan. Varish started with Jaeger for a big score, and Mohan, for the second time in this tournament, begins his first move with a four-timer. This time it's unvaried. I believe the first time he done that was in the first game. The word doesn't quite spring to mind, uh, but I think Mohan's making a habit of bingoing four-timer with his first move. Alright, so now it is Varish's turn. I think I see something like Fated here that score quite well, or something like Feed keeping Pat. Pat is also quite a nice leave. Uh, these are the options. These I would expect. This is 34. Fated would probably score in the same ballpark, but also open up this line. Wow. Okay, that is something that I had not considered. Pre-fated is brilliant. Which wow, appears to be a phony, which I just checked. Yeah, that is something that does not seem to be. Okay, I'll just remove that R and see if there was anything uh, for Varisht. So that rack with no other tile can end up in a bingo. So I think that was a little hopeful from Varisht. Uh, Now it looks like Mohan's on turn. Now, here's something where I would probably differ from most players in that I would play toxic. Now, most players would consider it to be, I'm offering the X and opening up the lane, which I feel is fine as long as you are, opening up two scoring options at the same time. So your opponent cannot quite hit both. Okay, Mohan does agree with me and plays toxic. I do not quite remember what his leave was. I think there was an E in there, and we are back to having that rack of that of P E E F D. So let's see what can be done. No, so I think fated here would be the obvious play for Varisht. At least closes down one of the scoring lines. He scores quite well. Keeps PE on his rack. Of course, that feed is still available and scores another 2 points for 36. But I think it still leaves the C open as well as the X for his opponent. So he will definitely want to be closing one of those and scoring at the same time. I think we'll move on to another game. Aditya versus a Nakul. We did see this earlier. We left it after the chin play, so we'll see what all happened after that. Yeti was the last thing I suggested. It's for the method for Aditya. Nakul did not bingo still. He played Conef. Oh, it took quite a while for Nakul to finally hit that bingo despite holding the blank. So there must have been some torrid pickups in between there. He was turning over tiles quite well. Konef played 4 tiles. Bond played 3 tiles here. Pav must have played 2 or 3, yeah, 3 tiles here. So it took him quite some time to land up on that bingo of Soldans when he eventually did. Uh, in the meantime, Aditya hit Cluj for 35. Two mid-scoring plays of Tidy and Haint. But yeah, Nakul after the bingo did pick up pace, hit Venoms for 40, which was quite a great spot. Wow, it did double both Haint and Venoms, so that's the reason for the massive score, even though the V does not double, which was a great spot by Nakul, I think. Kastral was a nice play by. Oh wow, Kastral was played by Aditya with the V and the E here, so he kind of stuck that EL in there and got 74 points for it. Fantastic. Jews came next, followed by Fett. Effect right there. So that must have been the triple letter spot, which is why it's scoring so highly. Oh, this has been played. Okay, now so we'll come to this rack. So there's no eight, no seven in this rack. So I think something like crop would be a nice play. Okay, I'm sorry, not crop, but so I would like to put the OC here, but I don't quite see a way to do that. So when I do that, I'm not opening up column one of my opponent. Column row A is being opened up. All right, so pack is the play that Aditya goes for. I think he was thinking along the same lines as I was. Aditya is in a slender lead of about 40 points at this stage, so he would not want to open up too much. There are no more S's or blanks left, so all of these are not quite lanes, whereas this one was with the right, with the right overlap. This was a nice bingo lane, so Aditya has killed that. So now it's gonna be a game of cat and mouse unless Nakul can get a big score. So Nakul has opened up a lane playing a sever for 24 points. And Aditya picks up another C. He has two R's. Uh, so he's perilously close to corridor, but he has a G in there. The other O did not quite fall into his rack. But I think his next play would involve kind of closing down this line. To him, there's a lot of these tiles left. So right out of the bat, something like anterior jumps out to me. We do know that there's an X on Knuckles' rack, but I think from Aditya's perspective, he would want to generally just close down these lanes for Nakul and not let him score. But again, now the situation is that the score is not too far apart, and the Z and X are both unseen. So it can't just be all about blocking. Aditya also needs to score, and that is where I am drawing a blank right now in spotting a decently scoring play that of even about like 15 to 18 points. There are six in the bag, so he can't play more than five tiles. So he did play Crow C, which was a nice 18-point play, but it did not quite shut this down. Uh, I mean, it could have backfired, but I think from Aditya's perspective, he could not stop scoring because just stopping scoring also would give enough impetus to Nakul to catch up and, kind of shoot past him with a good X and Z score. So he has the X now. I do not see a great spot for the X right away. I see AXE, which scores well. ME takes the G and the T. There is a G on Knuckles' rack. So with T, there's a possibility of a Zar coming here, TZAR, which would really effectively end the game for Knuckle. But also the issue right here is that there are just two in the bag. So Knuckles' options would be to either play off quite a few tiles or to just play one. There's no way to really score even a half decent play with a one tile play. So I think he might be wanting to kind of play more tiles and score somewhat, but frankly I don't see that as a possibility as well. Axe as such is very poor because it literally leaves six on his rack, and the Z is unseen, and this G and T and all of those things. Even if he doesn't have the Z, even without it, he will be able to score quite a bit and clinch the game. So it'll be interesting to see what Knuckle chooses to do here. We'll come back to it. We'll remember this. We'll come back to it. I'll just move on to another game because that move might take some time. Okay, so at that stage when he had just played Hessians, so you have to play Sego, keeping DS. It was Doges keeping IS, right? So it must be DIS. So DIS is what then kept there, keeping for one less point. So I think it is quite a good play from him. Uh, Rudish was a martyr here. Then a Tiddies for 79 was Udayan, which was challenged off. Joel from Sudhir for 26, which is right here. Okay, the fair has just been had been played after that, followed by seized at 8J, which was a phony. So it was J8. There was a seized play here. I can't quite get why that came off. Oh, he misspelled seize. Yes, it's Seized. So he misspelled seized there, and yeah, that was a bad. That's quite. That was a poor play from Sudhir to kind of misspell that, and then Mr. Grover's played Grovets, so there's some comedy there in that, uh, and that also got challenged. That got challenged, and 5 points more to Udayan. Z for 31 here, followed by Filter for 77, which was a great spot. with the Dop and Oda. So wow, that wrap also is quite nice. I mean, it doesn't appear so easy to bingo over there. Stain for 30 from Udayan, which got challenged. Manically from Sudhir, which surprisingly is not a word. Wow, I would have considered that to be quite valid. He played it at M2. It should be here. He played manically, which came off. I think it would be maniacally, which is a very, very long word. OK scored 40. I want to see where that K landed. Okay, Oda. Okay, Da was at the situation. There was no OK when filter was played. So it doubled Oda and OK, so that's the 40 points. Manic is what he went for next, which scored quite well for the M on the triple letter and the word doubling. Bapu from Udayan right here to close that lane down because there's still a blank to come, which probably he had not seen at the time. And even then, I think with a blank left, you would not want to take a risk. And even E ending word without a blank would work out quite well. So he closed that lane, followed by Ora and Boot. Wow, okay. Then, okay, sorry. Sudhir challenged Woot. I think he kind of wanted that O to stay open for him. So this one looks like it is going Udayan's way. We'll switch over to another game quickly. Uh, so I don't think we've seen Ridhai's game so far. Yeah, we did. So he did spot summons there from that rack, which I believe would score more had it been playing downwards rather than starting from B10. I mean, starting from H10, he'd land the M on the triple letter to can score like 6 more points, probably four more points, considering that the S would be tripled. So yeah, 4 more points on offer there that he did not take. So let's just quickly run over the moves. Summons was followed by Bambi through the M, Tuil for 16 points right here, followed by a Mofo here for a good score of 25. 5 went right there. Ewing was followed by Ricottas, which was a nice spot through that T. Trainee came next, right onto that S. Arenite Retine and Trainee. I think Trainee was the only play that did fit, even if it kind of hung over the triple lane. Word. Okay, that's something that I wasn't sure of. I think True is the one I'm sure of in that set of four. Then Docs was played for 40. Not surprising for an X. It fell on the double word. Pure Joel another 40. Junkie came later on with the Yo. Senator was the bingo that was played by Samrat. So he's just played Morg and there's one in the bag. Morg scored a good 30 points. There is a Z unseen. So Samrat is going to be very wary of that Z. So there's a Ziff play possible here. There is so he could block that with diff, but his tiles are not too great to score with because he has just a one vowel in the E. He does have the pseudo vowel of Y. So I think at this point, seeing that he has no bingos, he has no vowels, it would be wise to just play. Okay, I had not seen that Z spot yet. Adds leaving himself with tie, so I think he can go out with tie here, and I think Samrat did quite well. I mean, he did come back with Ricottas and Senator, but I think the final few tiles having no vowels in them would have really, rather having just the one vowel must have really, put him in a tough spot. So Ads was a nice play by Hriday, a high scoring one, leaves him with a great out. Alright, we'll move on to one of the other games that's going on. We'll see Mohan playing Varished, Toxic was followed by Aped and not Fated. So I would personally prefer not to keep the F rather than. So he opted to keep the F there rather than the P. And Yeah, that's a choice that I personally don't agree with, because I think F is worse to bingo with as compared to a P. So I think Fated was something I would play in that situation. But let's just go over the game, see what happened after that. It was followed by Chief from Mohan for a fantastic spot. So that's how Toxic worked out. Because see, with Toxic he gave one spot to his opponent and he had one spot for himself. There was a difference of 5 points in there, but he scored big in both moves. This was followed by Fau for 16, and he hit Dicky. Wow. So that K fell on the triple letter, and Dicky scored a cool 53 points. I think if you're looking at the scores right now, Mohan is 516 and Varish is 300. I think it's these plays. So you see 42, 39, 53, 48, and then a bingo. So these plays are what actually propelled him to reach that kind of a difference. Clearly a little luck too, because he played Relies for 88. It was prefaced with a nutting of 77 by Varisht, then Relies for 88, which wow, wrapped around Zoya to make Zoiel, uh, followed by Airways, which was I think a lucky pickup for him when Varisht just somehow managed to score uh, 24 for his Ked. So Varisht did mope, which I think he would be fairly. We could forgive him for moping at this stage because he has not had the better picks this game. In fact, if I look at it, barring this current rack, there really is not an S either on this rack. His Q did not score quite well, whereas Mohan managed to really milk the Z for 48 points and then also bingoed over it. Scored the K for 53 points and the X for 42. So in a way, the power tiles really worked out for Mohan a lot more than they did for Varisht. And I think there are 4 tiles in the bag. I think it's pretty much done and dusted. This kind of a score difference, I really don't uh, expect any kind of in a surprise in this game. We'll move on to the next game if there is one going on, and there is just another game going on, which is Hriday versus Samrat, and Samrat has just played Dries, which is nice. And so now there is okay. The other play he went out with Diet for 6 points. Uh, yeah, I do not see an obviously better out than Diet. Probably Teal here scores the same, so that's fine. Uh, so good win. I think Hriday is the only one on all 4 wins right now. So good going, Hriday, and congrats on this win. Close one of 33 points. Samrat probably hard done by his lack of vowels at the end. We just watched the last game ongoing between Varisht and Mohan. It looked like from that rack he opted to play Brights for a good 95 points. Oh wow, I had not even considered that as a lane. That was a fantastic spot by him to really cut down the deficit. 95 points is wonderful. Oh, that was a wonderful spot that I really did miss out on. I'll just go over that game once again. So it was brilliant by the doctor to spot that spot to play that overlap of Guri and Spod. Wonderful score of 95 points as well, but alas, little too late for him. Uh, I think the S's were on uh, Mohan's rack, so he played Avens there, which is new to me for the reason that Aven is not good, but it is good with the S. So Avens is something that I have learned. Thank you, Mohan sir, for that. Uh, Followed by Bald, which he went out with right there. The interesting game really favored Mohan sir in terms of the the way he could keep scoring with his heavy tiles, whereas Varisht was stuck balancing his rack in a couple of positions. Looking at Mohan's game, amount was the lowest he scored with 27, barring that exchange. Otherwise, his barring that amount and a tray, almost every move scored in the 40s area or more. So I think that's the reason why he was able to amass such a massive score of 562 points. So now all the games are done, and we are going to be taking a break from lunch. But before I do that, what I'm going to do is quickly enter the scores of the 6 games that I have got now, and just update the standings and let you know what who is the leader. I think obviously it is Hriday leading right now. So I'll just pull that up in 2 minutes while I just do the entries. All right, so the standings are up. Uh, I will quickly go over them together. And Hriday is the only unbeaten player after 4 rounds with a measly spread of 202 points. Mohan with that fantastically great beatdown of Varisht has jumped to second, and he has a great spread of 295 points after 4 games. Vraj is third with the 3-1 record and just 92 points in spread. Samrat is closely behind, having lost his first game of the tournament to Hriday. Pramit has lost his second game, and he is fifth on 2-2 with a positive spread. Udayan won his second game of the tournament against Sudhir, who has lost his third game in a row, if I am not wrong. No, he lost the first two and then won the third against Sanjoy. All right. And Aditya has just won against Nakul. Varisht just now losing massively to Nakul is on 2 wins. We have Nakul, Sanjoy, and Sudhir on 1 win each. Sanjoy clocking up his first win of the tournament against Sunny, who quite unluckily has not won a game yet. But I would never count Sunny out. He's a fantastic player, and I'm pretty sure he could really just turn the tide around in the next 4 games. So with that, the round 5 pairings are up. Oopsie. So those are the round 5 pairings. Hriday playing Mohan on table 1, Vraj and Aditya on table 2, Samrat and Udayan on table 3, Pramit and Varisht on table 4, Nakul and Sanjoy on table 5, Sudhir playing Sunny on table 6. So with the format that we are following, it's going to be 6 games. 6 games of 2 pairings, and I reckon there will not be any repeats in this game. There will not be any repeats between players till round 6, that is, and round 7 and 8 are going to be king of the hill. So there may be repeats, there may not be repeats, but I reckon at the top tables we can expect some repeats to happen. So this game is between the first game between Hriday and Mohan. It is virtually for the top spot. Mohan does have a better spread. So irrespective of the margin of the win, a win for Mohan would put him in first place. Vraj is close behind. Vraj would need a massive win over uh, Aditya to really be able to jump up to that number one spot. But he would be looking to sort of, get a big, just win his game and stay in the hunt for the top three places. Which again, I would like to massively thank Wordaholics for coming in with this sponsorship for the top three players. Hriday, Mohan, and Vraj occupy those top three spots right now. But it's an 8 game tournament, and with 4 more games to go, things can turn around quite quickly. So stay tuned, and we are going to take a break now for lunch, and we will be resuming at 3 p.m. with round 5. The game between Nakul and Sanjoy, and Sudhir and Sunny will be starting at 3 p.m. So, just to everyone out there, stay safe, stay at home, please take care of yourself, and happy Easter Sunday to whoever's observing Easter today. And we'll see you in an hour. Goodbye.